Seatbelt malfunction. Welcome to the Pt2.
Good evening, everybody. I was about to say it was Sunday, but it's Monday. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you to all the loved ones, vets, and the ones that are currently serving. Appreciate you. Thank you all so much for joining the show. We're going to be hitting up both topics tonight. I just needed some mental space today. I still did a couple things with the show, but really, most of the time was just doing stuff outside of the show, not having anything to do with the show. Just needed some mental space for a little bit. Been hitting it hard lately. So, I went ahead and got on an hour earlier than I usually do. Because I do want to cover the beginning of the Henryetta stuff. So we'll get through that. And then there's a lot more interesting Idaho 4 stuff to talk about. Very interesting stuff. There's a great video. We are going to start the night off with Henryetta Horror. Probably the first 2 hours. And then we'll be finishing up with Idaho 4 after that. But I do want to share one video that, in regards to Idaho 4, this video blew my fucking mind. From Sleuthy Goosey. So I'm going to start it off with that. When we get into the topics and stuff, then we'll go through the Henryetta 4, and then we'll get into the Idaho 4. I want to reach out to everybody. If there's anybody that's got their sleuthing skills, we need some help. I don't remember what, and I'm serious, this episode 199, I know we haven't done it in the last, I would say 3 months for sure. But from the first show all the way up until 3 months from now, one of those shows has a Papa Rogers read through where we did it live. So I appreciate all the ones that are trying to search for it. We talked about it for about an hour or 2 hours, so it'll be a decent chunk of a show. It's somewhere in there. So if you have any spare time and you're bored and you got some sleuthing skills, we got to try and find that video. Because this is one of the reasons. We need to put it out there. Number 2, because it's live. It's a live read through. We need to put it out there. And the whole time that we were reading through it, we were thinking, after BK was arrested, we were thinking that it was him. But they discovered that the email used for the account was not linked to Koberger. And with all this stuff we've been talking about the last couple weeks, I'm wondering if Kopaka is Kopapa. I wonder if Kopaka is Kopapa. And so I would like to sit back, watch that with everybody, but also look at it from a different perspective. So if you can find the link to it, even if they're all numbered episodes. I was horrible with titles when I was doing it, so I apologize about that. That's why we're having such a hard time finding it. But if you got those sleuthing skills and you got some free time, Kopapa SRB. All right, let me get to chat and say what's up to everybody. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, thank you, Ashley Nicolette, for the sub. Appreciate it. Happy Memorial Day to you, Pam. What's up? What's up, Kib Kitty? Thank you for always typing that in the beginning. I appreciate that. I know, Kib Kitty. We're trying. If anybody has any, help us find this episode, everybody. It's gonna be a very interesting show, trust me. Because I remember doing the live read through, and I'm telling you, you want to talk about my reactions? I had reactions, trust me. That it was crazy. Thank you, I appreciate that. I had to. I was like, it would make for. That's why I got on early, because I'm like, you know what? I still want to do this. Kopapa. I still want to do this. What's up, SRB, everybody? So we'll get into some of that. But first, I'm going to share a video from Sleuthy Goosey. I want you guys to check this video out. This shit blew my damn mind. Blew my damn mind. Let me see here. Probably be easier if I just search her instead of trying to get to my Idaho folder with like 700 videos. All right, so let's share this real quick. Definitely hit the sub, and I'll get the Twitter handle put up in chat in a second here too, because she has a lot of great documents and a lot of great information on these cases, and so she's definitely a great follow on there. Yes, the live read of Papa Rogers. We went through here. Let me turn the music down a little bit. We went through a live, because we came across the Papa Rogers message board, right? And so we did a live read through, and I remember doing the live read through because that was the first time I had ever went on one of those message boards or whatever. And I went through maybe 20 minutes of the read through, not realizing I wasn't opening the rest of the threads. And so I remember like having to go back up from the top and do it all over again, because then I was like, oh shit, so it's in my head. I remember doing the live read through. I remember the show. I just can't remember the episode or the date or even the month. And I was so horrible back then about my descriptions that's why it's so hard. We're not looking for the inside looking read through. It's the Papa Roger read through, and unfortunately it's not going to be in the description. I was really bad back then about descriptions. I apologize. I was learning from, I was learning on my own. I had no idea how to do any of that shit. I'm still learning. My titles kind of suck, probably. I don't know. Still learning. But I really apologize about back there, because you'll see what I mean. Like how I had like the episode for, it was all jacked up, everybody. Seriously. It was all jacked up. I know. It's in between the first show and maybe, I know it's not in the last 2 months. I know there's so many. My Papa Rogers live read through that I did, Truthful Soul. And I don't remember, it's not in the description, it's not in the title back then because I was horrible. And the live read through is somewhere in one of these shows. And I know we haven't done it for at least the last 2 months, maybe 3, but. And we did it, it was about an hour to 2 hours that we talked about it. I'm just trying to, because we have a few of us looking, trying to find it, and we're having a hard time trying to find it. And I'm just trying to reach out to everybody in the show if they're bored and have time, have some sleuthing skills. We can find this live read through. All right, so this is Sleuthy Goosey, and this video blew my damn mind. So I'm gonna play it for you real quick. Let me turn down the music even a little bit more. All right, I can't remember if I put her. Let me put it back up there just in case I didn't. And then we're gonna switch to full screen for this so you guys can see the words. And wow, definitely leave a like, sub if you're not subbed, share it, comment. It's a wow. Just wait. All right. Sorry. Let me rewind it and then put it up there. Oh yeah, this music. Amazing.
Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
That is pathetic. Very much. So that is very concerning.
Holy fucking shit. And that's the perfect way to end the video, y'all. Thoughts? I'll put that link to the video in chat again. I'm telling you, when I saw it, it blew my fucking mind. What's up, Ray? What's up, Kevin? Truthful Soul. Thanks for hopping in. Blew my damn mind. And it's just a short video. I know it's got a lot of information. Let it sink in again. Let it all sink in. It's always better when you watch a movie twice. Let it all sink in.
Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
That is affecting shared life. So that is really concerning.
Fucking bravo. Bravo. Shit is crazy. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out through the second one, man. Amazing shit. Ooh, it's kind of dark in here. Hold on. I put a new background up. Got me my city background that I used to use. Did a little rearranging and such. Wow. Fucking amazing, man. Can't believe that shit. So I had to start the show off with that. Let me turn that clapping down. Get the ducks back up. So I had to start off the show with that. Amazing freaking work. I didn't even know. Like, I was just thinking she was on Twitter, and I had no idea. And I'm so glad, because I mean, geez, the video from a couple nights ago, the one that we watched right here, BK claims some other dude did it. You know, it makes you wonder, like, could it be Kopapa? You know, when you're thinking about the car, right? I want to show you something real quick when it comes to the car. I have to email it to myself. I want to explain something with this car. Why I'm thinking Kopapa. All right. Let me make this screen bigger. Hold on. That's probably good right there. All right. I want to show you this real quick. What's up, Turquoise? Thanks for hopping in. Let me get back to my chat. I had it up on my music. Please hit the like if you haven't yet already. Appreciate it. Now, this is what I want to show you guys. All right. So this is the amber light around the arches. See? Right here. And you got the slight curve, like it sticks out a little bit around the wheel well, okay? There's a zoomed in there. See how it kind of illuminates off the hood? See how you can see that extension of the wheel well, all right? Now, look at the back window. Back window. Now remember, these cars are at different angles, so you take this and you turn it a little bit. That's where you get the slight change on that angle, right? Now, this tail light, maybe these are just reflectors right here, but it definitely has the short. Look at the back end. It comes down and kind of abruptly drops, right? See? Back end comes out, abruptly drops. This really appears like it's the correct vehicle, okay? But look. What year is that, everybody? It's a 2012. What year did Koberger have? 2015. Who had a 2011, 2013 Hyundai. There's a few others, or I should say, two other vehicles, but three others. So we'll be getting into some of that later tonight. I just wanted to show that to you guys. We're going to be switching to the Henryetta horror case now. We're going to do part 2 of Kate Does Crime. We're going to finish up the interview with the aunt, Holly's aunt. The lady that was on News Nation when she was describing what she saw pretty much was like breaking down. You had two main people that were doing reporting for the news stations, and it was Holly's aunt and it was Ivy's dad. So that'll be the lady. If you want to check out part 1, it was from a few nights ago where we have just part 1. It was only Henryetta, so you'll see exactly where it's at on the live section. But we'll be splitting up this episode talking about both topics tonight, and then we'll be back to normal starting tomorrow. Yeah, Koberger had 2015. I mean, that's why, and you got to remember, okay? Cassie brought up this theory, and I'm going to replay Cassie's theory from a few weeks ago. All right. She was talking about what if Koberger wasn't on a bicycle and the car was the decoy. We'll be getting into that later tonight, too. Hope you're feeling better, Cassie. Hope you're doing better, too, SRB. 3,790 signatures. At least we got a few more. Last time it was 3,775. Come on, people. I don't get it. So I'll share the link to this in chat. We always start off the shows throwing that up there, so please sign that if you haven't yet. I'm not even saying white. It could be silver, like a light silver. You know how many silver paint jobs they have out there? Well, they have two vehicles on surveillance at 2:44. One in Pullman, one in Moscow. 2 cars. That's why there's 51 terabytes, because of all the frickin' video from all over. That's why there's so many terabytes of information. Could be bright, so yeah, it's. I'm telling. And who has these cars? Everybody, M, Emma, D, and frickin' Kopaka. Which I might start. I'm just Kopapa. I think Kopaka could have been Papa Rogers, and I hope, and I'm reaching out if you guys can help me find this video that we did the read through of, where the descriptions is horrible and you have no idea where it's at. Please help us, because I'm telling you, we do. If we watch this live read through and we look at it from a different perspective, I think it's going to be even crazier. I'm telling you that just, I don't know. I've had a weird gut feeling since frickin' January, December. And I don't know. The more that we talk about it and the more that we're starting to explore all this other shit, plus what's going on with court and the hearings and, you know, the words and statements and all this other stuff, it's like, man, it really makes you think. Like, it really makes me think BK was, maybe he's waiting to get a better sentence because he's gonna rat out the person who was the one that did the physical stuff, not be part of it mentally. I'm wondering if he's gonna try and confess to being part of it, but it being somebody else that committed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely a possibility. I know y'all want to get on me because last night I was saying, what if he confesses on October 2nd? Whether it's being part of or doing it himself. What if he confesses and says, you know what? I was around the area. I did know about it. I did not go in the house. The person that left the sheath used it as a plant to cover their ass in case they were the only ones that had DNA in the house. So they used the sheath as a plant to cover their ass. Oh, we're going to be getting into Henryetta, though. We're going to talk about this in a little bit, trust me. I'm telling you, Turquoise, like, y'all think I'm nuts, but just give it some time, like fine wine. You know, just give it some time. Just give it some time. All right, we're going to get into the Henryetta. We're going to get straight to, let me see here. We're going to get straight into the Ants Call, part 2. All right. We're starting off at 1 hour in the 8-minute mark. This is Kate Does Crime. Does a wonderful job covering this case. Amazing work, and everybody else that she has on panel. She has the Decipher podcast on panel as well. So I'm going to go ahead and put this up there before I get it ready. Give me 1 second. We do have part 1 just a few nights ago. So if you want to save that to your playlist too, I'll put the link up here as we're watching the show. So you can save that to your playlist too. Definitely check it out. Kate Does Crime.
Took pictures and videos. I don't know, and I can't speak on everybody's vehicle because I wasn't watching. I don't know if they kept anything or not. I just know that in the vehicle I came in, we had stored what we thought a lawyer or a private investigator would want, and they took all of that. They took everything.
Okay, let me interrupt you for 1 second because I want to make sure that everybody in the back row hears what you say on this question. I'm going to ask you the dumbest question, and you're going to answer it as clearly as you can.
Okay.
People in the back row aren't twisted, but you gave everything you received over to OSBI.
Everything. I'm talking everything. Everything. There is nothing. I came in someone else's personal vehicle. Like I said, I probably handed over things that they're looking at me like, okay. But
no,
I mean,
you did everything
obviously
you were, and then, well, like I said, you did
but
everything.
there, I did not leave. In fact, it's funny you said that because the only thing when we were packing up, I pulled my brother aside and I said, there is nothing in this house, but there was a picture of him that was hanging in Holly's office. And it just was a really great picture. And I said, if you don't want to give it to me, you can make a copy. I'm like, but can I have this picture? And he was like, absolutely. And I had set that. I didn't even take it that night. I took nothing, but there is nothing. And like I said before, when on Friday, when those 5 cell phones were found, I told Mr. Webster that I do not want to give them to Henryetta Police Department. I want to give them to your lawyer or your private investigator. His very own wife said, I agree with her. And he said, I said, can you call your lawyer and ask your lawyer what we should do? He said, absolutely. I said, can I pray on this? Because I'm very big in prayer. I try to walk by faith always.
And this is the phones, right?
This is like the 5 phones on Friday.
All right. And you walked out and you went up to Justin and his wife and you were like,
I wanted, and I was like, what did your lawyer said? And he said, the lawyer said, go ahead and give them to the thing. So anybody can go request the records. Me, the godmother, and the godmother's daughter, still not giving their names out, all had to fill out a report. And the Henryetta Police Department and the county detective, the lead detective, said, what I want y'all to do is describe who found them, where they went. So literally how they were found was, like I said, we were in the house only to get pictures, jewelry, anything that we could fit in our rental car. And so I saw a bunch of, we were looking for photo albums.
And I just want to take the time to pause it real quick. Want to say sorry to hear about that, Kevin, man. Man, should have hit me up, man. I was just chilling back earlier today, trying to get the mental in a good spot, just playing some 8-ball pool on Facebook, man. Sorry about that, bro. What's up, Angela? Thanks for hopping in. Look at all those hearts. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah. I was up all night too, man. I was up till like 3-something in the morning. And then I only got like maybe 2 or 3 hours of sleep. So I definitely feel you. But I wanted to make sure I got on early for you guys tonight so we could cover both of these cases. Yeah, I hear you, man. I was wanting to, but I just couldn't get to sleep. So I just played some 8-ball pool. So if you have a YouTube, Facebook, add me on there and we'll play some pool sometime. Good stuff. All right, back to this interview. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for hopping in.
And you know the soft cubes that you can buy at the dollar store?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There was one up there. I couldn't reach it. So I asked the godmother's daughter if she would get it. When she did, she didn't even look at it. She just set it down for me because I was carrying out the journals and all that to the car. Well, the godmother was sitting on the couch and she said, oh my gosh, here's a cell phone. Oh my gosh, here's another one. Oh my God, you're not going to believe this. So at that point, nobody's there but just the three of us. If I wanted to hide those cell phones and not turn them over, why would I tell Mr. Webster I had them?
But those cell phones that they're finding are from previous tenants now.
These
correct?
5 that I found, I now know all belong to Holly. This has been told
Thank
to
you
me
for
by
clearing
Holly's
that
mother.
up.
Oh yeah, they were in Holly's closet. Okay, but people want to say, "Oh, she didn't want to turn them over." No, I didn't want to turn them over to Henryetta Police Department.
Right.
They just told me they didn't want the restraints. They left all this evidence. I have zero faith in Henryetta Police Department.
Right.
I said to Mr. Webster, with his wife standing in Holly's bedroom, can we give them to your lawyer or your private investigator? Let's put them in the hands of somebody that'll do something with them. And then I said, call your lawyer and see what he says. So he did call his lawyer and the lawyer turned him over. So me literally had to describe. Once she discovered them, we put them in the cube and I put them in the trunk. And then just moving around trying to get Riley's artwork, the trunk got full. So I moved him from the trunk to the back seat. If I was wanting to hide him, why would I have allowed Aaron, the local reporter, to take a picture of him? You know, everybody wants to say, "Oh, I was hiding." Why would I tell Aaron
to say that you were? That's why I wanted to clear this up. It's very important for me personally.
Yes, thank you.
Clear up some of the BS.
Yes, because think about it. If I was wanting to hide these and cover for Holly, because first of all, I didn't know who the phones belonged to. Why would I say to Aaron, I found 5 phones, and when she asked, can I photograph them? How do you think she got them? I allowed her to take a picture of them.
Right.
So if I was never going to tell anybody about these 5 phones and cover for Holly, why would I allow the press to take a picture of them?
And if
I was going to hide them from and keep them, why would I tell Mr. Webster and his wife, hey, I found 5 more phones today?
You wouldn't.
Absolutely. And I'm not angry at Mr. Webster or he's a grieving father, but the way he said it makes it look like I'm hiding something.
Yeah.
And even his wife agreed with me. She said, I'm with her. Let's give it to the lawyer.
You told us that, and I just wanted to make that clear for.
And I'm not
mean-
trashing the Websters at all. And no
I
means
know you weren't.
at
You've
the
been
same time,
nothing but
I'm not going to be
respectful.
called a liar or said, I'm not going to say it's easy, but I'm not in no way going to cover for Holly. I mean, we can't dig her up and take her to court for anything. But at the same time, we need to know,
What
is there any
happened?
more victims?
And if there's more victims.
Is any of this on the internet? You know, to me, that is the biggest fear, is that there's more victims.
I was
And
going to say, I think the problem is that not knowing what she knew and how far it went is really difficult.
and right now I can only speculate.
Right.
And I've been very honest with you, Tia and Kate.
Yeah.
I will
I know you
speak
have.
on it once all the evidence, and y'all have been so respectful for that. It's not that I'm covering or hiding, but I don't want to put little tidbits of things out there. And you know, Kate, there's things that I could say that would
Yeah.
spin out crazy speculation. I just want to wait till it's all public, and then I'll talk about it. But I'm also not going to trash her.
Mm-mm.
I don't think she went and bought a gun thinking that gun was going to be used on her and her children.
No, I don't think so either.
You know, I don't. And like I said, when we were told, we did not know it was a 9mm. I wasn't trying to lie or mislead anyone. I was told by a family member, well, access to a gun. He's a felon. And they were like, well, he had his mother's shotgun there to kill pigs. So and when they asked, you don't think 9mm when they asked for dental records, but we also didn't think about multiple shots to the head.
Ugh.
So that is where that was never trying to be misled. But that's why I'm very clear now to say I'm heard this secondhand. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I'm very
Well,
precise.
also, you weren't in the house at that point either. You were hearing things. that
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I've
you
said,
didn't see with your own eyes yet.
there's a
You were-
lot of things we learned when y'all weren't. Holly wasn't very forthcoming.
You know, Angela, I need to make see, this is what I need to do one of these days, is I need to go through every one of my shows and make playlist where it's all of the topics that the different cases. I've felt like that since day one, Angela. I felt like that since day one. And the more that we find out, now we haven't been finding out much lately, but the more that we do find out, it's some sick ass shit. Right, Pam? Me and Pam, Pam's the one that actually brought it up in chat one night. And then we did a breaking news on it. And ever since that night, me and Pam, we've been on the same wavelength when it comes to all that shit. That's for damn sure.
And like anybody, you have
feel you,
secrets. There's
Angela.
things about me I'm sure my mother doesn't know, or other. I mean, not that I
Yeah.
have it written, but you know,
There's no doubt she didn't make some good decisions. Like,
absolutely. But there's
and
no
nobody's
way
trying to
she
act
went
like she
in
was
thinking
perfect.
this was going to be the outcome. And if
Yeah,
anyone thinks
exactly.
that, and ultimately, it was a bad decision. But you know, there's no way she went in. And a lot of people don't realize this. I had to call Joe on Facebook to tell him. I had to call him to tell him that the children were missing. And I had to call. We weren't even.
You know what I'm saying, Angela? Like all of the people that reached out, all the times that LE and other organizations looked the other way. That's why me and Pam say it goes way fucking deep. I still haven't been able to go through the Henryetta Beth episode we had a few weeks ago, Angela. I'm going to be releasing highlights here. Wednesday night I do have off. So I'm probably going to host an offline StreamYard Wednesday night to do that. I pretty much got a lot of the stuff updated, things like that I wanted to get done. The new wall hanging in the background. A lot of the stuff around home I was taken care of. And so now that I got all that squared away, I'll be heading back. So Wednesday night, if anybody's free, we had a phone call or panel chat, actually, open panel chat with Henryetta Beth. So I would definitely love your input on helping me put some highlights out there for everybody, just to see the kind of conversation that we had, the kind of things that were involved, but also want to make sure that because we did have to, it was going to be a members only type thing on Twitch. And then she was like, you know what, we'll just do it live on YouTube. We did it live on YouTube. But after that, we've kept it behind the scenes. Yes, yeah. We kept it behind the scenes, and I'm just going to end up releasing the highlights. So I probably won't have enough time to get into it because it was about 2.5 hours, maybe 3. So it's definitely going to take an evening to sit back and listen to it and then kind of go through it. So if you'd definitely like to be a part of it, please reach out to me. I'd love your thoughts and opinions when it comes to what we should put out there. So I want to thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Yeah, Angela, I mean, we totally feel you.
Even Facebook friends anymore.
Yeah, it was a great conversation.
Or since the divorce, it was kind of,
I can't wait to release
Joe had
the
come to my
highlight.
house before when I lived in Savannah and visited, with the family.
So you were the one that notified Joe?
Yeah. I was the one that
Lynn,
told him
I'm
because
so
I said,
sorry.
you do know Jesse's a registered sex offender. And he was like,
Oh my God.
I was under the impression he knew. And then I said, well, Joe, if you need help, and this is no lie, I said, and this is going to upset my family members even more. This is when they were only missing. I said, well, Joe, if you need help getting a lawyer to get custody of the kids, I'll help you financially.
I know a lot of people couldn't make
That's
it
when we
that
thought
night.
they were
I
just
totally
missing.
understand.
Yeah.
Then when
We'll be getting some highlights out
the
there.
first contact was I got a call from Jan saying they found the 2 girls and Jesse, and they're, he killed the girls and himself. And I said, well, where's Holly and the kids? And she like, they haven't found them yet. So I had to call Joe and tell him that. So there was a little hope that Holly and the kids were maybe held up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever Jan called me and said, oh my, that they're all gone, can you call Joe? And, somebody's got to tell Joe, but she's hysterical. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. But when Joe answered, because I called through Facebook because I didn't have his personal cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I said, Joe, are you alone? And he said, no, Sonny's here. And I didn't even know Sonny. And I said, can I talk to him? And then I heard Joe say, hey, this is Lynn, Holly's aunt. And I said, Sonny, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I can't do it. And I'm like, Sonny, Jesse killed all of them and killed himself. And that's how he found out.
Oh my God.
But I felt like he needed to hear it. And Jan felt like from a family member before. But yeah, I had to call him. And Sonny told him I had to tell somebody I never met to tell him because I just felt like I didn't want him to be told if he was alone.
Yeah.
Right. That was very thoughtful. That was very thoughtful.
But yeah, Joe was not lying when he said he heard it through Facebook because I called him through Facebook.
Mm.
So, and we also did not know that Joe and Holly originally rented the house until yesterday or the day before when that news broke. We did not know that when they got a divorce that they claimed they had no children. I don't know what that means. I don't know why that was claimed. I can only speculate. And it's not for me to speak on.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a not now.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that we need to wait for OSBI and, and things, and there is things that, some of us family members know that we have chosen not to tell because it's just, the world doesn't need to, it's no one's business. The tragedy was bad enough.
Well, I was going to say, we've hit the list on as bad as it can get. I don't think that any more information on anything else is going to help.
I think everybody knows Jesse's character. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I missed the first portion of this, so please forgive me for asking you. But
No,
I know that, and I did get your message today. Thank you. But how are you doing besides everything else going on? I mean, are you eating okay? Are you?
yeah, I'm back like with my core group, my church, my support system, and poor Kate. She, until I got a therapist, she was my therapist. She has been like, Kate,
She's good
in
like
a
that.
million years, I could never thank you enough.
Yeah.
Because and the therapist said that today, that when you have really harsh trauma, it is a response to want to spill it all out and get it all out.
Yeah.
Because your body doesn't. So, because I told her, I'm like, this lady I met on the internet, I'm just unloading on her. And people would think I'm crazy that I'm trusting someone, but she has kept, and as well as you, Tia, everything I've asked you to keep. And
I will never discuss things until you say you discuss them. I mean, I've told you that, and I swore by that, and I will never, ever.
I'm just so thankful, especially Kate. She
Get
literally
better, Kevin.
spoke
We
to me
all
for
understand, man.
hours as I'm driving home, and a 1:30 a.m. text messages, and for someone she just met, she's never even met me in person. But one day I will meet you ladies in person.
Yeah.
Just to hug you and say thank you.
Oh, we want to hug you. And
You
say thank you to you, and God bless you. And
Yes.
my best friend was in a she was in a school shooting. She was fine. She was fine. She lived to tell. But what you were talking about with speaking to someone on the internet, she has a hard time talking to people she knows. The people that were there, like, it's really hard to discuss the situation with them. But she finds it easier to talk to people who are out of the scene, not necessarily her closest friends. So I appreciate where you're coming from. Also, it removes judgment. When you talk to people that don't know the situation, you're able to get your feelings out without people judging and going, oh, so you did this, or oh, so you know what I mean? Like, or you didn't do this. So sometimes it's helpful to speak to someone who doesn't know the ins and outs.
Yeah.
So I think
because there's like no judgment there, you know?
Yeah.
But
And honestly, there was things that I witnessed that it would take a minute for my brain to process what I was reading or what I was looking at. It's so weird. And I said that to the first OSBI, the first interview I did that day when they showed up. I said, it almost seems like I'm reading somebody else's story. And he was like, that's normal. Like, I found some letters and, journals. And, I would talk about what I read in them, where they're at. Cause of course they want them.
yeah.
But I don't know. It's kind of like an outer body experience. Like, am I really reading this?
I think you go into shock. And I think, thank God that your brain protects you in some way, shape, or form, that you kind of have that out of body experience, so that I wouldn't want you to be completely, I wouldn't want you to be completely, there and with it. Like, I almost was, thank God for the shock, because
and as much as like I hate that there was other family members in the room when those clothes were found, I thank God there was, because it just, one, I wasn't alone. Two, it took me like a minute to realize what I was looking at. And there was two different occasions where someone shook me and was like, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? And one was with an investigator, and then one was with one of the family members. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I couldn't even speak to say what I had or what.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just,
I remember
and the difference, like Henryetta, when I said, I shouldn't be in here, they were like, leave then. And I'm like, but my family wants these belongings. They want these pictures. They want these jewelry. They want these mementos. And then when I said to OSBI, I'm not a crime scene investigator. I've never, my husband has probably done 12 different deployments. He's never talked to me about what he's seen or what he's done. I've never experienced any of this. And there was like, I'm so sorry. And you're right. You should have never seen this. This should have never been in the home. That's how different OSBI was. to
Did
the
they
county.
like assign victims advocates or anything like that?
No, we were not. No, we were not.
Because
Well,
you would
that's the
think
other
they
thing.
would help you guys like walk through this.
But
whole process.
OSBI did. I did. It was. I don't, Kate. I think it was before I left because I told you they were telling me they could help me get a therapist. But I was like, I have great insurance. I'm not going to take from a program when I have excellent health insurance.
That's
Keep
good.
that for another victim down the road because I have amazing health insurance, and there might be someone who doesn't.
I remember
And they were like, well, if
telling
you can't and you need help, call us and we'll help you.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything that you or your family needs that we can help with? Is there anything else that we can do?
Everybody keeps asking that, and I think if I
but Kate
I don't
and
want
really
this
mean it.
misconstrued in any way, okay? But
Kate and I really mean it. We want to know.
Yeah, I know, but
you can ask us for real.
and in no way am I trying to cover for Holly or Jesse, but people quit going on Holly's mother's
I said
social
that.
media.
I messaged you that.
I know, but look, I get it. Strangers are outraged, but y'all all just have a little bit of the story, and you're trying to put a puzzle together. I can't imagine as a mother. She's not foolish. She knows she was never happy with the situation, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't go in and kidnap her grandkids. It was just
Holly is an adult. You know what I mean?
exactly. And it was legal, whether we like it or not, it's legal. So instead of going and yelling at the mother and calling her names and saying she needs to be arrested, why don't you go with that same anger and fight to get the laws changed?
Agreed.
Do something productive with your anger. Make a difference, because bashing a mother you're never going to make her feel any worse than she already feels.
No.
She will probably, even though it's nothing she could do, like I said, you couldn't have protected anyone because it's not your job to police a sex offender. You couldn't have sat outside that gate and told everybody going in, don't let your kids go. That it wasn't your job. You couldn't kidnap your grandkids. And anytime anyone questioned Holly,
wringing her hands every night anyway. I'm sure that.
And I do want to say this because I started and I got sidetracked. When Jan called me and she discovered that Jesse was a registered sex offender, that is a true story, you guys. How they found out, and people that are like, oh, he's not on the. Yes, he was. I looked. I want to say, you guys, I went back through my text messages. A lot was going on in my life, but I want to say I learned at the end of January. Or February, in that time period, because I think we sat down and we were like, in 6 weeks of them knowing, everybody was dead. But I want to say
it wasn't like they had a lot of time to be like, what can we do to
and she originally said to me, I said, oh my God. And she goes, yeah, now we've got to figure out a way how we can get Holly away from Jesse to tell her, because they honestly didn't believe she knew. And
it wasn't like they didn't do anything. They
they thought she didn't know, because they were like, there's no way she is with him if she knows. So they made arrangements. I'm not going to say which family member, but a family member met her, and they found out she knew. And Jan was devastated. But as a mother, what do? You're being told it's perfectly legal, that you can call CPS, but if there's no grounds, you can't just take a kid because we don't like it. But they weren't breaking a law, you guys. And it's a horrible law. So instead of taking your anger out on a woman who's going to probably beat herself up for the rest of her life, take it to your congressmen, take it to your senators, get the laws changed in Oklahoma.
Even if you blame Holly, you don't need to rub it all in her face. She lost
to her mother.
Blame Holly, don't blame Jan.
Yeah,
exactly. But
people saying Jan has blood on her hands, that's crazy.
No,
that is absolutely insane.
They had just found out. They warned her.
They called, I personally called Henryetta and the county. It was the county who said they are legally married. He can be in the home, and we all know that's true because look at the one compliance.
Even
they list the kids' ages in the home, so
they know.
There's no disputing. But the other thing is if you're going to let your kids spend the night, do a background check. Because like I said, before the murders, a simple Google search of Jesse McFadden,
thank you so much,
Henryetta, Oklahoma, told me everything. I did have to
he
dig
should
to
have
find
been
him
on the
registered.
registry too.
Yeah,
should have
I
been.
did have to dig a little bit. It wasn't as easy, but
Mm-mm.
you know, and I've always, no matter where the Army sent us, if we didn't live on post, I always searched to see, because I'm just, you know, the situation of my daughter, the adoption and all the things, I'm just
Mhm.
probably more aware than the average person.
Right.
But just if one person would have just Googled his name, they would have known. Now, I mean, you Google it and you see more. But even before the murders, I simply Googled Jesse McFadden, Henryetta, Oklahoma. I was the one that said, hey, do you realize he's still got an outstanding court date? Not only is he registered, but he has this outstanding court date. He's fixing to go to court on these charges. I got all that from just a Google search.
Oh,
I learned of the,
That's what I've been saying from the beginning. If you can Google search Burger King near me, you can Google search SO near me. And there's so many people involved in this shit. These children were not thought of, and you had so many people reaching out. Several people reaching out, and nobody did shit.
grand
What's up, sweet Caroline? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you.
larceny. Yes. So I'm
The
just,
checks. Yeah.
you know, and it's easy as parents now to hindsight 2020. Oh, we should have, but if I could just, if this tragedy, if it just saves one person to just say, hey, yeah, you can't spend the night until we make sure, then something good came from it.
I think that's wise.
Yeah.
Very wise.
Yeah, I agree. People, it's a different world now, you know, and even though social media has kind of like opened our eyes to this stuff, it also like opens the doors for people to know more about your life and where you are and how old your kids are and things like that. And you know, you can never
go in a home. If your child's going to spend the night somewhere, go in, see the environment, make sure you're aware.
Go look.
Yeah, go in and, you know, but you know, it's easier to say when things are hindsight. And
yeah, like after it's done, everyone's like, oh, that should have been done, but it's different when you're in the moment. And
yeah, in every state, and coming from someone who's military, we traveled. It's amazing to me how from state to state laws are different. Like I learned from James, Jesse's cellmate, that in the state of Texas, he can live in a house as a convicted felon with a gun. He just can't have that gun in his immediate, for instance, they couldn't store the gun in his bedroom, but he can live in a house as a felon. See, in Georgia, you cannot. If you parole to someone's house, that person you parole gives up their Fourth Amendment right too, and their Second Amendment to bear arms. There can be no guns. So a lot of laws are just different from state to state. We don't have one. To me, it should be federally. Yeah. It should be across the board, every state. Yeah, that's just how I feel. Which it'll never happen because that's not how we work as the United States. But every state's different. And when you have states like where they live there in Westville, and you know, for instance, Jan can be in Arkansas in 3 minutes or in Oklahoma. So you're on a border, your kids could be in Oklahoma where a sex offender can't, because most people would never expect a sex offender to be living with 3 kids. I wouldn't. I do now, but if my child was wanting to spend the night, I would never think a registered sex offender could have children in the home.
Yeah, I would think that a registered sex offender, like I would assume that they wouldn't be allowed to, so it wouldn't even.
But it's different from state to state.
Yeah,
and all depends on.
It's important to familiarize with like yourself with state laws when it comes to that, and you know.
That I told Kate that I would answer anybody's questions they might have in your chat. So you want to do that? Since I've
Somebody did ask about the clothes you found, if they were like toddler size or like.
Okay, I did find some toddler clothes, and those are in the custody of OSBI. That's all I want to say about that. But yes, they were 3T.
So, like, okay, this is just me speculating. Do Do you think that maybe he had gotten blood on him, and then somebody said the bathroom was like scrubbed clean? I don't know if that's true or not, but
I thought it was dirty, but I guess what one person thinks clean could be different. But I will tell you something I found very odd. Saturday, and I even brought it up to the OSBI. Saturday, we realized there was not one single brush or toothbrush in that house.
yeah.
And I asked the OSBI, do you think it's odd that there is not a toothbrush in this house or a brush? And she told me, chances are somebody broke in here and took it thinking they are a detective.
Whatever. It's called the crime was committed in another location. And they were transported in that white fucking SUV. Like that's what the fuck happened. The crime was committed somewhere else. Probably Saturday. The evidence is left behind. The bodies were probably brought there Sunday. I mean, and I'm going to put a vote up sometime during the show here as we're listening to this. I'm going to put a vote up because for tomorrow night's show, I'll let you guys decide. I'll put in the description of each vote what the topic is going to be. And then I'll let you guys decide for tomorrow night. So at some point this evening, I'll be putting, or it could be right after the show's over, honestly. But it'll be, I just want to, we've been covering Idaho for so much, but we have really great conversations with it. And, you know, even with this, but I just want to put a vote out there. So just as a heads up for everybody, I will be putting a vote, if not during the show, after the show's over, right after the show's over. And then go ahead and vote on it through, I'll leave it open until hour or a half hour to an hour before the show starts. And then we'll go ahead and go with that. So I'll put it up in the community post. And all the ladies, please. I went ahead and just shared the community post with that Apple tag thing. Since I didn't get to the video last night, I went ahead and shared the creator's video through a community post. So go check that out, please. And please be safe. Stay aware.
And looking for DNA, and they're going to solve something.
I can't see somebody like.
But I will tell you, come Saturday, there was no brushes in that bathroom or toothbrushes. And that's
Saturday,
I can say that from my own experience. I went looking because it's obvious those children's hair were brushed. But there was there was toothpaste, but there was not one toothbrush or one hairbrush. We did locate one in Michael's gym bag, his track bag.
Yes,
we think it's his, but it could be anyone's. But
been convicted
once again,
of crimes
after going digging from things. But in the bathroom, there was no hairbrushes or toothbrushes. So somebody could have cleaned that bathroom.
Did they list on any of
Thanks
the,
for joining the show. Sorry I missed your comment.
Brushes or toothbrushes?
No, I'm reading it now. It has hair and fibers, but
yeah,
no.
they could have. But I know for a fact I only seen with one.
I'm reading it right now.
I've only seen the May 1st because they left a copy at the residence. I've only seen that search warrant. I have not seen the other 7. But, you know, like I was talking with Alex today, if you look, when they went to the avalanche, it was 7 days later, OSBI got the first search warrant for that vehicle.
Right.
Why did it take them 7 days? And also, Holly's car. I was the first person to enter Holly's car. I had the keys. And I was looking through the car. I found the keys in the house. And when we were, because 911 was called because there was some dispute. Mr. Webster thought that it was a crime scene. He did not know that we were called and told by the sheriffs to go get everything, but that was clarified. But they saw me open up Holly's charger and take her purse out. And he asked me to let him, because he had been wanting to get into the trunk. At no time had Henryetta or the county even looked in that vehicle, which was the only vehicle on the property with the victims. So just so y'all know, that vehicle was never, unless, I'm not saying OSBI. Because
The truck?
Huh?
The truck are you talking
No,
about?
I'm
Holly's
talking
car.
about the charger.
Oh,
the white
Oh, they
car.
took it. OSBI took that eventually. I know that.
Because they released that when they released the house.
The house, right? They released everything at
But
the same
yeah,
time.
but I was the one, I turned the keys over to OSBI.
Oh wow.
Oh.
So Henryetta, and they could have searched that vehicle. Some of the victims' parents wanted to just see in the trunk. And there was nothing visible by the naked eye in the vehicle. And the only thing I removed from the vehicle was her purse. Nothing else from that vehicle.
Do you think that maybe
Well, here's two possibilities. There's two possibilities. Either he's the one that committed this crime in another location, probably out in the woods somewhere, where they were camping. And then transported him with that white vehicle that was found at the rear of the property. Or, as we kind of went into a conversation with Henryetta Beth, maybe somebody else committed the whole crime somewhere else and dropped all 7. Yeah, definitely hang out with me Wednesday night on an offline StreamYard if you're available, 6:30 to about 9:30 Central.
just speculating that Jesse could have gotten blood on him and then tried to come in and clean up, and
which wouldn't be weird if you're gonna kill yourself. If your plan all along was kill yourself, why would you care?
yeah, or maybe he was he wasn't going to, and then eventually.
I'm just saying that seems to be Henryetta Police Department's theory, is that he
Right. LE's theory. LE's headlines are reporting 6 unalive, 1 self-unalive, and we're saying, what if? Because you're going off of the LE that left all the evidence behind, the LE that wanted to wipe their hands clean, the LE that didn't want nothing to do with this shit except say a case closed, we don't even need to collect evidence. Those are the same LE that created the headlines and the scenario that it was 6 unalive, 1 self-unalive. And we're just saying, what if? What if?
He had his big last hurrah, and he all along was going to. And we know he was suicidal the day before because he told his mom he was going to kill himself.
He did tell his mom,
but I can't. I thought that the entire house was unsanitary.
Mhm.
The only thing that seemed odd
For a period of
like
time,
I said,
it wasn't just unsanitary for that week. It was.
What if?
It was.
Oh yeah, it was. There were. God.
I got it.
I'm not trying to be mean, but I never seen cockroaches like that in my life. I didn't know they crawl out of your couches or beds and pillows. I didn't know.
On the bed? Oh, no.
I don't think that happens in just a week.
Oh no.
No. Yeah.
I saw the sticky trap.
Yeah.
It was covered.
So, and the dishes was, just there was a sleeper over the house. So if the bathroom, somebody that had been in there who knew the normal state of the bathroom maybe would notice that it was clean. I just had never been in there before. be what I call clean or cleaned up. I didn't smell any cleaning products. None. I will tell you that. I did not smell.
Was there a bloody rag found too? Because I saw someone say that there was a bloody rag.
I've never even heard that. So, but I'm not saying it wasn't. But I'd never seen one. I'd never even heard that before now. But if someone claims they found one, it would shock me. I mean,
I'll text you where I saw like where.
I can't say they didn't. I would never say they didn't find one. I was not aware one was found. No. I was not. And the last thing I said to OSBI when they cut us loose was I said, please, I'm begging y'all to drain that pond. Please drain that pond.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted them to look at that little tower thing too.
Do you know if they actually drained it?
I don't. Like I said, they talk to us, but they do not tell us what they, even if you ask them, they simply say something like, it's still ongoing. I mean, you know, they may never really give any press release, because if they find nothing different, you know what I'm saying? They can just say case closed. They don't owe us anything. I mean, as a public, you know, I don't know how it will be handled. I don't know if they will hold a press conference when they do. I don't know. But I do know, I seen with my own eyes, there was an OSBI, and they even had pictures of it, and it had a trailer with a little boat on it go down towards that way.
Yeah, I know they were searching the pond. I don't know if they drained it.
And when I said, okay, that's something I do want to clarify for the people in the back.
Mm-hmm.
The search warrant allowed them to go to all those semis, right? When that family member went, I watched a family member, I'm talking, look for everything. And that, I won't tell you why that family member was looking, that's their story. But that family came to me and said, I didn't find anything, but one of them has a lock on it.
One of the semis?
The blue one, right directly behind the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, let's cut it. So I didn't want to go down there by that point. I had too many ticks on me. Okay. They cut it. They went in halfway, but I did later go back and film the inside. I have a video of what was in there. Not close up. I just kind of stuck my camera, but I did video it. But I found it odd that if Henryetta or the county's police walk that property and you notice all these semis don't have a lock, but there's one locked, wouldn't you want to know what was in there?
I would.
And your whole
right, and that's what me and Henryetta Beth and everybody in the show before that's been talking about ever since we did that first bird's eye Google search of the maps, and we zoomed down and looked, and we saw all the frickin' containers, not only on that vast property, but also across the street. The landlord also owned that.
holding a search warrant. Yeah. I mean,
for everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I just can't believe it.
We did cut the lock. I didn't personally cut it, but a family member did cut the lock.
Did you ever go in that RV?
Heck no, but I know a family member that did, and I can tell y'all OSBI was going in there while we were there with the fine tooth comb. So if there was something in there, they found it. I promise you that. But they I don't know if they found nothing or
right. Well, even if they did, we don't want to know.
Yeah, but there's like 2 of them that was in there. They took it serious. They weren't
good.
Just ignoring any opportunity. OSBI, I have faith in them. I truly believe if there's more to this story, if there's someone else involved, they're going to find out. And if they come to me and say, hey, evidence says that there was nobody else, he did it all, I'm going to believe it, because I really believe that they want to know all the truth. Yeah. And if they tell me no one else is involved, there's no more victims, and it was never put on the internet, I will fully believe OSBI. And it's not just OSBI. That's a misgiving too, because there was an FBI agent on the scene too.
What's up, Z?
Oh, there was.
Yes, I
I
spoke to that
appreciate your comment.
person, and
but
they told me
I
not
don't
only
know.
am I OS,
I
I
doubt
only
it.
am here with the
That's
OSBI, but
just
I'm
my
also
opinion.
an FBI. I am
Thanks
with
for
the
hopping
FBI
in.
and work with. I can't exactly remember how they phrased it, but it's crimes with children, exploitation, and something with children. So,
Mhm.
yeah,
What's that big antenna on the top of the house? Like,
I asked the same thing. Somebody
Like,
told
what
me
is
that
that?
like
It's
before you can get an antenna. This is what one of the family members said. You can get there is some free channels you can still get nowadays. But I was like, is that CB radio? And they're like, they
Mhm.
could have used that for too. But you can still get free TV. Who would know? I didn't know.
And do you know what the medical examiner was there for? And if you do and you can't say it, I understand.
I could only speculate. Like, there's been no confirmation, and if anybody says that they've been confirmed, all OSBI said is I cannot comment on this as an active investigation.
I'm wondering if maybe they like found animal bones or something, and they called
there. I mean, there is animal bones, no doubt. I mean,
I talked to
there was
somebody
three cows in 3 different stages of decay, not too far from the house. And it was like one of them's head was bashed in, and one of them you could see the throat. So it looked like they were intentionally killed. Like it wasn't nature, and they were not buried. They were just out in the open.
Hold on. What did you just say? What did you just say?
You know, like the house, if you're looking at the house directly on and you see the pond
This
to the
just keeps
left.
getting more horrific and more horrific. This sounds like something out of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, really, like, so.
And we told OSBI, and they went down there, so they're aware of it.
Purposely, like this was purposely done.
I am no vet, so let's make that very clear. But in my opinion,
oh Lord,
it looked well. One of them, you can't deny. One of them's the body looked normal. It was in decay, probably about a month, I guess. I don't know because I'm no examiner, but it wasn't like the day before. You could tell the head was smashed in, and I didn't want to continue. But one of the family members said, "Well, this one's neck is sliced," and then the third one, I guess, was too far gone to really tell. But they were 1, 2, 3, and we told OSBI about it, and they asked us where it was. But like I said, there was skeletons. I have some pictures. I'll send them to you. They're not very good because at this point I'm shaken, and I was just trying to take things, but. So that's why I thought about bones, but I think you're right. Maybe people misunderstood me when I said, like, I found 3 more phones that maybe.
I swore you said bones, and then I answered
I
you.
did not see any bones that I did not think was anything but a cow or some kind of animal.
I answered you thinking you said bones, and then when you said, yeah, I found 5 of them, and I was like, oh, it's the phones.
I did not see anything I thought was human bones at all. Nothing that would have led me to believe I'd be in a mental hospital at this point.
I thought the same thing
Do
too.
we know about the street
same thing,
address being different?
I think people are confused because everyone forgets that Jesse's avalanche was on the neighboring property. So that would be
the neighboring property is still Ray's property. He owns
but it could have a separate address. You know what I'm saying? Tax wise.
His whole property has several separate addresses.
What?
Yeah, so I don't think that was just a goof.
Whoa, the whole property has several addresses. Holy shit. Wow.
I think the truck was located on a different address, even though it was right there.
Wow.
I mean, we could probably do a Google search and find out.
Tiffany's
oh
address
my
was
gosh, everybody. The phones that News Nation was looking up was just the phones for the house number. How many other fucking phones were connected to all those other property numbers? That was just a fucking plot of grass or a pasture of cattle. Whoa. See what I'm saying? This shit goes fucking deep.
The different address.
Yeah, that's just clerical error because she lived in
You gotta be kidding me. That's another.
Well, they called her Tiffany McFadden forever. And I kept saying, what an
Wow.
insult to her father. Her name is
Oh, yeah.
Tiffany Guess.
Yeah.
It's Mike. And they kept calling Riley a Nell, saying Tiffy had two brothers.
I know. I was shocked.
That
when
cleared
you
that the
said-
first night we talked, Kate. Remember, I was
Oh
like,
my God.
she does not have two brothers. She has a sister and a brother. Riley is a female. Yeah. They kept saying Riley was a brother.
Oh, can you tell them about her artwork? Like how you noticed that?
Oh yeah.
She was really talented. Oh gosh, she was
I
so
heard she
cute.
was a really good artist.
Like, no, I'm like, not talking kid art. I'm talking really, oh my gosh. And Heather has such a beautiful tattoo. She got it done. She had it tattooed of Riley's artwork. It's so beautiful. But I was gathering up on Friday artwork, things that I thought we could display at the funeral, you know, or something like we didn't know if we were ever going to go back. So we were trying to get jewelry, artwork, very mementos.
Precious
And I
things.
started, and I'll send you a picture of it. And I even let the media, we talked about this. She was having artwork like in Westville. It was flowers and horses and water, these bright, just cheery pictures. And then her recent artwork was all dark, like dragons, fire. It just
Sad.
almost like two separate people. It just went
If
from,
you don't mind, send us some because I'd like to put some of the nicer stuff
oh
on
my
our
gosh,
channel.
she was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
this child probably would have had a future as an artist. She's like,
Yeah, we'd like to
I
share
was
the nicer
really blown
stuff,
away how good she was. Just even her sketches.
if it's okay.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm
Yeah,
sure
I'd
the
love to
family loved
share.
that. Love that. And even it's so, you know, when I walked into their bedroom, because I have two girls, I was like, this is so typical of sisters. You just knew. You didn't, like, that was one of our concerns. How do we know if it's Riley's? How do we know if it's, you knew. You knew. They were just, anything that had
They
a
were
cow.
very
in it was-
different.
yeah.
Mhm.
Jesse's mom, I see this from Jones. I've never spoke to her, but she
What an
contacted
interview.
Jan the day the murders and said, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine the pain you're going through. I just want you to know I'm sorry. And Jan texts back, you absolutely don't know the pain I'm going through. How could you have not contacted when you knew he said he was going to kill himself? Why couldn't you warn Holly? You know, but that's it. There's been no, as of, I asked a couple of days ago, had she contacted her again? She didn't, to my knowledge, didn't send anything to the funeral homes or anything like that. She may have and just didn't put a name or whatever. I do want to let y'all know
I'll say
that
that. Okay.
the funeral did happen, but the family is planning a big memorial because a celebration of life. So there is some confusion, especially with the GoFundMe, and something else that Heather's planning on doing. She's very transparent. She's kept all the receipts. It's such a beautiful thing. When
Oh, I did see that too. People saying that.
yeah, and so I do want to put this out there. After the memorial that they're going to do, the flowers that people bought and stuff, they're going to float it down the river because that was the thing they all did was kayak and stuff. But when the money, whatever money's left, the plan is, this is last I've told, they want to donate to the Henryetta High School to get new track uniforms in
nice.
Michael and Tiffy's name, and donate to the art at Henry art program. Any money left is going to go there in their
So
names.
nice.
It's going to go to the
The
department.
Henryetta High School.
If anybody has that link, whether you can put it in comment section or if you have it, let me know and I'll start sharing that too. And I don't know, in my opinion, Pam, I don't think so. I think it was done in groups. I wish I could go into more of what I think, but we'll save that for a later date.
To the Henryetta High School, yes.
You know what I mean,
Okay,
though.
so we want to make sure to get that out.
Yeah, I
too.
do want to make
And
sure
if you
that
don't-
there's, you know, once
We'll
Is
chat.
there one fund or who can we send the money to? Do we send
I
it to
don't think
Heather?
she's not collecting any more money on the GoFundMe, but
Okay.
she has very much been trying to let people know. The parents, it's only the sister. Her plans is to take care of the celebration of life
Mhm.
and her memorial. She has kept every receipt, but when the memorial's over, whatever money is left, she wants to donate to buy new track uniforms for the high
Well,
Henryetta.
we've had people asking what they can do. So if they want to donate
I
to
can
that,
talk to Heather to see if that's something she wants to
yeah,
do.
because we've had a
But
lot of
I
people say we want to send
really want,
flowers, we want to do this, that, or the other. So
yeah.
if you're doing something organized like that, we want to make sure that we're a part of
And
that.
you know, Heather she has 2 small children, so she's very private.
Mhm.
It's not because she's learning things, but she's just a private person. But her intentions are pure. And Kate, and even to y'all know, if I thought something was shady, I'd be the
Yeah.
first to say something. But
Yeah.
that is, and I think she has written on the GoFundMe that they want to donate. But the last I heard, she wanted to donate like new track uniforms and stuff to the school, and do whatever she can in the art room, whatever it is they need.
Do you think that you could have her contact me, because we have quite a few people that would like to donate?
I'll talk to her. Like I said, she is so
If she doesn't want to, I understand.
Yeah.
We just want to.
Or I'll ask her, what can I do to help? But that is the plan with the money, because the funeral costs were covered for the kids.
By
That's
Troy
all taken
Aikman,
care.
right?
Yeah, his foundation. Yeah. And so Holly, Riley, and Michael were cremated, and Tiffany was buried next to her dad's mom, so next to her grandmother. But some of their Holly's, Riley's, and Michael's ashes were put in the casket with Tiffy, so that they were all together.
Oh God.
So yeah, and there is no reason why 3 were cremated and 1 wasn't. Is Joe just religiously didn't want that? He did not want his daughter cremated, and so they all respect that.
Yeah.
It was not. There's
that,
no.
yeah.
I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. It was just. It's that simple.
That's how it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah. He wanted his daughter buried, and the other 3 fell on the parents and the grandparents, and that's what they decided. And in the ashes, Tiffy's hair is in all the ashes of the other 3. They took hair from Tiffy and mixed with them, so they're all together.
They're all together.
A little piece, yeah. So I just want people to see, there is some good there, and just because they're not out telling the world. Heather is just a very private person who's hurting and protecting her own daughters. There's some horrible things said about that family.
But as outsiders that, like we have people who have contacted us that want to do something, and they want to turn this into some form of positive, you hear about these horrible things and they're like, okay, what can we do? And I can't say send flowers, because that's not, my call. But if we know that they're going to use money for track uniforms.
Yeah. And I will talk to Heather, and I will get all the information for you. Because like I said, things could have changed. Maybe they can't do that. But the intentions of after the memorial, and she has kept every receipt. She's going to very much lay it out for everywhere. Huh?
Do we know when the memorial is?
It's right now they're looking around 6 or 7. They're trying to get family members that can all, like I said, this is not a wealthy family that can just take off work and fly. So they're very much trying to accommodate everybody. But I think it's going to be in June.
Okay.
And Holly was atheist, very open about that. So holding like a church and stuff, that is just not something they want to do for Holly. They want to respect her religion. And there's no doubt I'm a Christian, very much walk in faith with Jesus. But I thank God I live in a country where we can worship any way we want. So it was better just to have a memorial.
Yeah.
And that's their daughter and their grandchildren. They can do whatever they want. There shouldn't be judgment on how they choose to grieve or how they choose. It is not natural for a parent to bury their child, much less. It's not.
3 grandkids. I mean, that's just.
Yeah. I can't even wrap my brain around that.
No.
they lost 4 families. I mean, my brother lost his only grandson.
Yeah.
His only grandson, who's named after him, and Anne was born on. They share the same birthday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, their birthday's the same. So yeah,
I knew he was
so
named
it was his
after him, but I didn't
namesake, his
know.
birthday twin, as we call it. Yeah. So and my brother is just it's private. He just my hope is that after everything's settled, all the people that are angry, because not everybody trusts police. I'm hoping that there'll be forgiveness on people's part and understand there was nothing done to harm anyone. It's just I'm always been right is right and wrong is wrong.
Well, there's one perpetrator here, and there's a whole lot of
Absolutely.
victims. And there's
Yeah.
a whole lot of victims in his trail, and the victims are the families. The victims are the ones that lost their lives. But
And never have they tried to hide the fact that they knew Jesse was a registered sex offender. But you have to remember, they have, as parents, they've learned their daughter wasn't forthcoming about her marriage. She hid these things. That's a lot to swallow on top of finding out, that she's murdered. So
yeah,
they haven't even begin to process it. I just have been giving them space.
Yeah.
And I'm just,
Whoa,
I
hold
know
on a
everyone grieves
second.
different. There's
Hold
different
on a second. Did she just say that Holly hid these things? Hold on a minute.
in his trail, and the victims are the families. The victims are
Did
the ones
she
that lost
say
their
that
lives.
Holly
And
did
never have they tried to hide the fact that they knew Jesse was a registered sex offender. But you have to remember, they have, as parents, they've learned their daughter wasn't forthcoming about her marriage. She hid these things. That's a lot to swallow on top of finding out, that she's murdered. So
Yeah.
they haven't even begin to process it.
Wow.
I just have been giving them space.
Yeah.
And I know everyone grieves different. There's different stages. So I think,
Well, it's Oklahoma 5 now, isn't it? Until we start finding out more victims, because we have no idea how many people are on them Polaroids, computer files, phone files, binders, and that's just what was kept. So it went from 7 to 6 to 5.
there's times that people are angry.
Wow.
There's times we're all laughing. And everybody does
Wow.
it at different times. And I'm just a forgiving person. I mean, so many things like, how can you work with the police? How could you hand everything up? Whatever. But that's grief talk.
Because you care about what happened, and you care.
I care about them. I want to
yeah.
know the truth. I want to know that there was not someone else that helped him. I just have a hard time wrapping my brain around how a 150-pound man carried 3 bodies a quarter of a mile.
I don't
Yeah.
think he did.
Unless he put him
I
in
don't
his
think he
truck, maybe.
He's 150 pounds. Jesse
Yeah.
McFadden was 150 pounds. That's not a big man.
No, it's not a big man.
150
No.
pounds, and that's why I think he did it in groups. I don't think it was all done at the same time. If it was all done at the same time, then he must have been able to restrain them in some sort to get them in a group. I mean, I don't see how. I just don't see that. So that's why I feel like it was done in groups.
Oh, he even looked little.
He's a monster.
Absolutely,
He's a
an
monster.
absolute
And
I mean,
I often think about this. If he was not released from prison early,
Mm-hmm.
everyone would still be alive.
yeah.
Think about it.
Oh yeah.
That's
Me
just
too.
a devastating pill. And something
Do you
else
know
a
if
lot
his
of people don't
brother
realize too
Is
is
out of jail? Do you know if Cody's out of jail? I mean,
I heard
he-
yesterday News Nation reported he is still incarcerated.
Yeah.
He was $1 million
He's trying.
bond.
He's in a
He's trying.
institution.
Yeah,
okay.
he's
yeah.
in an
Yeah,
institute.
because he was
A lot of
found
people
not
were
guilty
asking.
in reason of sanity or what
Yeah.
he couldn't stand trial.
Yeah.
Well, I
He's
think they
institutionalized. He's
dismissed
not in a jail per se. He's
Yeah.
in a criminal institution.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's
By the way, I'll put up a link to the short that I did on Cody McFadden. Just check it out sometime. Save it to your playlist.
still but like is considered he can't leave. So it's
Mm-mm.
And I have no problem saying this, but I think LaDonna is an awful person. I've seen so much stuff.
Oh my gosh.
That is just so foul on her part.
And
Like,
she's
it makes me
admitted that her
sick.
son said, I'm going to kill myself. I'm not going. Not only did she text that to Jan, she's told the police. How do you walk away with your child telling you that?
So she would, okay, so when he was soliciting photos from his victim in prison, the underage girl,
Mhm.
she was constantly messaging her, like, if your grandparents don't show up today, like, the case will be dropped. And oh, Jesse, did you get the flowers I sent you for Jesse? Like, she was just,
But I
like,
read
she knew she
a
was
bulk of
horrible
those,
things.
the correspondence. I read a bunch of them.
yeah.
I mean, I had to stop because we're still unpacking, but yeah. And OSBI have those correspondence.
Good to know.
It's just awful to me that she knew that young girl was a minor, and she was
And exactly, she would hound her, but yet when her son says, I'm going to kill myself, she doesn't get him help.
Yeah, it's like you and she
That's
made,
what we've been
like,
saying
he would
this
send
whole
men to this girl's work to, like,
Mhm.
scare her, and she would tell LaDonna, like, I'm scared, this and that, and she'd be like, oh, like, I'll talk to him, and just,
Well, LaDonna has,
Is his father
you don't have
still
anything
alive?
nice to say.
Is the father of these two still alive? Does anyone know? Is
they have
Jesse's?
two different dads, but I don't know, like,
Because
what-
I've never heard anyone speaking of the fathers.
Mm-mm.
Like, yeah. And
No.
she,
She's
I
been
mean,
married 4
have y'all
times, I
seen the
think.
McAllen, the ranch that she lives on?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously somebody's been, and the fees for his lawyers and all that is, it's funny because the OSBI news agent was looking through the correspondence. He knew some of the lawyers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm sure he knew some of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, like, in time I want to share his psychological evaluation. And what was shocking to me and another family member, we just went through all his report, like, I've never been to prison. I didn't know you get a little conduct, I guess, a progress report conduct thing. They were all good.
Ew.
even though he had so many,
Even though,
damn
he's
infractions.
essayed and solicited and sent pictures of himself, all that.
And then he messed with that worker, didn't he? Try and, like, rub up on
Yeah.
workers?
And
worker
that's when he got switched prisons. That's when James and him no longer were cellmates, because he got switched. So
He got fired. That's the only
he
thing
got
that
fired. Yes. And that's another thing I want to clear up about Jesse and what he did for a living. A lot of people think he was still working for that telemarketing company. And that is not the telemarketing company. At one point, I know that they were selling, like, cruises and trips. So they worked at one time because, that's what they're doing. And then the next, they were selling some kind of government contract bids or something. But isn't it scary, the fact that inmates call you telemarketing and get your information and sell you stuff? I had no idea. No idea.
You could have picked me up off the floor when James said that. You could have picked
Girl.
me up. I was like, what? Say that again?
Kate, did you know that?
Say it again.
Did
No.
you know inmates can call you and get all your to sell you stuff? Did you know that goes on? That's very common.
yeah,
I didn't know that. Like,
I didn't
they
know
have
that
them,
either.
like, work in the jail doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you would be given your billing information and everything. If you
sex
purchased
offender.
something, you were giving it to inmates.
Yeah.
That just seems insane to me.
That's wild. Yeah. Let me give my
I'm
credit
telling
card
you-
number to a criminal.
Right. Well, yeah, you're right.
And something else a lot of people don't know, I think T and Kate, I have spoken to the landlord's daughter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And she doesn't want me to share anything just because there's some legal things, but yeah,
Yeah.
she definitely needs prayers.
Let me tell you, I've
So
spoken to, like,
Well,
a
he's
lot
the
of
gift
people
that
that
keeps
know
on
him.
giving. That
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I know so many people that know him, and not one person has a nice thing to say about him. He's actually banned from like a restaurant and another place for being extremely inappropriate to women. I think the one place is called Shoney's, and there's
Mhm.
another place he's banned from. I put up screenshots of him hitting on a young girl,
Mhm.
knowing she was a minor on Facebook.
Yeah, I seen that.
15 years
Have
old,
y'all
yeah.
looked through Jesse's Twitter?
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
His
I
like
have it.
section, I was like,
I have this screen
That's
recording.
he
Just
wasn't even hiding
disgusting.
it. Just like liking pictures of young half or pretty much naked girls.
And there is something I do want to say. Look, what two adults, consenting adults, do is none of my business, and really I don't care. But people that are trashing Holly and using the fact that they were looking for another female to join them, I don't think that has anything to do with this murder. I don't understand why that has to be dug up, because what consenting adults do, it's when you mess with children I have a problem with. But
I agree.
it's just, look, I may not agree with it, but if you're two adults, I don't care what you do in the privacy of your own home. It's none of my business. But
I just hate that there was other kids there that had. That's my only caveat to what you just said. I
hope-
agree with you, but
once you do it in the company of children, because children cannot consent, period. I don't
Correct.
care if they're 14, 15, they cannot consent. A child cannot consent. They cannot consent to sounds, videos, anything. They cannot consent, period.
Yeah.
And I hope any parent that has ever allowed their children to spend the night over there, I hope they have sought some therapy for their child to make sure, got forensic interviews. I don't know if there's any more children. Nobody's come forward. I've asked family members, did they know if there was other children, besides, Ivy and Brittany. I just hope if there was, that those families are privately dealing with it and getting their child help just to make sure. Maybe nothing came of it, but I know I worry about that. I really worry about that. And that was something that bothered me too, is their journals. Why would they leave them the first night? The kids, Holly's very much avid journals. I found them all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like
The OSBI has them now, huh?
they wrote like on a regular basis.
Yeah. Riley was and Holly were avid journalists, because there was multiple journals for Holly.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That was all turned over, which to me would hold a lot of evidence.
One would
Oh,
think that
yeah.
the victims
Multiple.
are
Yeah, well, I mean,
wondering.
like computers. Who goes into a house of somebody that was supposed to be in court that day for see,
Mhm.
and not take the computers? I can't even wrap my brain around that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Wow. Several freaking journals too. Shit's crazy. Oh, my chat feed. How's it popped up again? 7 freaking journals. Here's the link to get into this video. We still got about an hour and a half of this interview with the aunt. That'll be in part 3 of the next episode. And that will be part of the vote when it comes up to tomorrow night's show. But I'll put the vote. There's going to be 4 different options that you guys are going to be able to choose from. So I definitely love your input. I definitely love your input on a vote for the show tomorrow night after I put up the poll. What a sad case. And all the people that just looked the other way. All the people that were put in place and elected. Their number one goal was these children's safety, and it didn't take place. It's sad. Learned a lot in this part 1 and part 2. Definitely check out part 1 the other night if you missed it, or just go to the show. We are ending at the timestamp of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So we started off at 1 hour and 8 minutes and went to, let me just make sure. Two hours and 6 minutes. Yep. 2 hours and 6 minutes. What an amazing job, and I appreciate the comfort of the aunt being able to share her experiences and her story for sure. I want to share this one more time before we switch topics. We're going to be getting into the Idaho forest, so if you want to hop up on panel, you're more than welcome. Or if you want to shoot a live call, go ahead and shoot the live call. If I missed it, I apologize. Google Voice acts buggy. So if you're able or you're comfortable to type in chat, I missed the call, go ahead and go back to it. I do have a screen cover for any call, so that way nobody's personal information is revealed. And just let me know if I missed it. Otherwise, I'll check it. It's just Google Voice is buggy. Y'all know that, especially if you watch these other YouTube shows. They definitely have the same issues. Dre, if you're in chat, how you find an episode, and I still have to work on my playlist. I'm gonna try and do that this weekend, get everything separated, like from episode 1. And every case that we covered, it's gonna have its own. But even it's all going to be under podcast too. That's another thing I have to do, because these are podcasts as well. But let me see. All you have to do is when you go to my channel, it'll have home, videos, and then it'll say live. Just go to the live section, and you'll be able to see the orders, and they all have episode numbers, whether it's episode 1 all the way to tonight, episode 199. It is somewhere in the title, so that way it's easier for you guys to keep track. Oh, it's okay. It's no problem. All right, so I wanted to share that again too. Throw that up there. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to check the breaking real quick, see if we have any breaking news, and then we're going to go ahead and hop into Idaho for the rest of the evening. Just give me one glance quick through. Look here. We got some very awesome creators this evening. And I know there's some people that have showed up late, so we're going to check out that 2.5 minute video from Sleuthy Goosey, and it's going to blow your freaking mind. And then we're going to get into the rest of the evening then. Let's see here. And we'll probably be on for 2 to 2.5. And then we'll be closing it down for the evening as well. I'm going to try and work on some highlights and stuff. And then upload those. All right, so I don't see nothing. So we're going to switch to the Idaho forum. I appreciate you guys. And let me throw this up for a second. All right. So this is Unique Van Life. We've checked her channel out quite a bit. She's the one that had the audio. Something about the audio, now something about 2. Now we know that 1 is debunked. But for some reason, it says something about 2. So this is Unique Van Life. Let me put that in my little thing here. All right, there we go. Something about 2 audios. There are 2 audios, not just 1. Now we know the other one's debunked. I'm not sure. Oh. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. And then I'll pause the music too. All right, hold on. Let me pause the music. And then I'll just turn down the audio because that's loud. Let me put this back up. All right. We'll go about 3/4. Okay, we know this. I think this is the debunked one.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh wow, turquoise. What? What? Kopaka? I'm wondering who has this video. What, did their link? I don't see the link in the bottom. Here, there's a lot to the description. So here's the link to this video. Okay. And go ahead and read the description. Save it to your playlist. Go ahead and read the description. It's a long one. Supposedly, she's saying whoever said this is debunked is not correct, and then writes a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and rewind this to the beginning. You think what you want, because, we do explore all opinions in a respectful, positive, peaceful, and progressive way. But, and I'm going to play this a little louder too, okay? So it's going to be a little louder. If you need to turn down your headphones or whatever, go ahead real quick. Just a couple. But just seeing Kopaka's name popping up. Huh. Let's listen to that again. Yeah, send me the link, Turquoise, if you have it. evilcj@gmail. Follow me on Twitter, evilcj, all one word. Or you can send it to me on Discord. I've been having issues with Discord here and there. I'm evilcj number 2540. Wow. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We know everything. What is going on? What?
Maybe have that wrong.
Male 3. Male 3. Tries door handle. Tries the fucking door handle. You know whose door handle? DMs. Tries DMs door handle. You can. It says tries door handle. You need to sit down, or you need to stay seated right here. Tries door handle. You need to stay seated. 3 people. Three people. Huh. If this is real, right? If this is real. Who else door handle would it be?
Wow. That sounds like they were all being held down and they had Xana in another room and they killed her. That's exactly what it sounded like. Like they were all being held back. Xana was the target. Listen again.
Huh. Wow, turquoise.
Yeah, they were held down. Now listen one more time. The group was held back. They took Xana somewhere. They thought it was the feds. You know, kind of doing a shakedown. I'm recording this off of another person's channel. I have.
They thought it was the feds? They thought it was the feds?
The group was held back. They took Xana somewhere. They thought it was the feds. You know, kind of doing a shakedown.
Doing a shakedown.
I am recording this off of another person's channel. I have this recording as well on mine, just not as clear.
Yeah, but
Let's do this one more time.
who's the other channel? Cara Willis.
See if I can get this as slow as I possibly can. Not to distort too much.
Oh my gosh.
Slow it too much.
CJ, are you frozen?
Oh my gosh, it was on mute.
Oh, no.
I was just saying I shared all the links so that way we'll definitely be checking it out in the next episode. So check out the descriptions in both of those channels links and read what they have to say about it. Now we know what we've said about it in chat. But we're going to be covering the actual creator's video on the next show. That way I can totally credit her for it. And we'll be discussing it again on the next episode. So check out their description, see what you have to say, or see what they have to say, and then let me know what you think about it when we have it on the next show. And I'm going to put a poll up at the end of the show so everybody can have a vote on what they want. We'll have 4 options. As far as we know, Pam. Now we don't know Bethany's witness statement. So we don't know if she noticed. Now, when it comes to the PCA, Dylan only states that she saw one, heard three, or looked out her door 3 times, but only saw one person. So, but that's all they've released as well. There could be more than the PCA where it does name individuals other than one person, just like the suspect vehicle, because it said suspect vehicle 1. Who says beyond the PCA that there's not a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Who knows? I hope this trial is televised live. Have a good night, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. What's up, Kid Kitty?
Not
Wow.
much.
Here, I'll share this. This is the channel and the actual video. Wow.
So you said that was debunked?
Well, we've heard it was in a video we watched last night where it was even debunked, but that's from a
Yeah.
news station as well. We've had people say it was debunked in chat, that it was other individuals had nothing to do with the house. So we just don't know. We just don't know. So I'm gonna play this Sleuthy Goosey video again. Did you get to check it out, Kid Kitty? I know you had to hop off for a second. All of it. All 2 minutes and 46 seconds of it. This shit blew my mind.
I must have missed it because Dre called.
Oh. Well, I'm going to play it again. I played it at the It blew my mind so much I played it at the beginning of the show. I was like, holy shit. So, I already played it in the beginning. It's going to have a lot of information. Put your seatbelt on. Buckle up.
Okay.
Because this shit is wild. All right?
Okay.
All right, so here is the handle again. Great content. Holy shit. I didn't even know she had a YouTube channel until a couple days ago. I just saw her on Twitter and all the work she does on Twitter, and I was like, damn. She does amazing work. But then as I followed her on YouTube earlier this week, I started noticing some of these videos. I was like, holy crap. We even checked one of them out a couple nights ago. Definitely check out that episode too. All right, so again, I'm going to pause my music. I mean, the production of this too was amazing. Top notch. So let me get all the links set up right. And like I said, put on your seatbelts. I'll put the Twitter handle up as well here in a second. I'll just get this link ready. Thank you, Turquoise. I appreciate it. It's our channel. So thank you. All right, Sleuth.
Yep.
See,
you're part of the family now,
get the
Turquoise.
Twitter link as we get into this. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I was just saying you're part of the family now, Turquoise.
Here's the Twitter handle too, real quick. Yeah, definitely put on your seatbelt. Here we go.
Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who's been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
That is affecting shared life. So that is very concerning.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Yeah. Damn.
It makes you wonder, like, you know, and that's the perfect way to end the video was thoughts. There's the Twitter. Definitely follow for great documents. Definitely puts the work in. Here's the YouTube again. Amazing work. Amazing work. Yeah, and it's like, and then it's interesting because, oh shoot, the camera. It's interesting because the video we just watched just mentioned Kopaka. If you go to the beginning of the episode, I'm starting. I want to read these Papa Roger. What's up, Patty? This video said they pretended to be feds. Appreciate it, Turquoise. I don't know. It's got me wondering. Because we know that the email that was used for Papa Roger was not linked to Koberger. It makes me wonder if Kopaka was the link. I mean, you go back to these last couple shows, the theories that we've been bringing up about maybe BK still being involved, but being the brains of the operation. The call on purpose. The call on purpose for the whole incident that took place. You know, it's just, you know, it just makes you wonder. You know, and then when you
Yeah,
look
it
at
really does.
You know, you look at even the route, you know, when it comes to when BK, because I've only seen the image that's came from the gas station leaving, and we'll go through that in a second too, again. But I've only seen the image of the Elantra from the gas station, right? But I'm the image that I didn't see, which is the cell phone pings, is what they're going off of, not surveillance cameras, right? The ping. Now there was a surveillance footage. Linda Lane at 2:44 a.m. that morning. Car seen driving down, and I'll show you Linda Lane in a second. Also at 2:44, BK had a ping and was seen on surveillance right here. Right?
You have to share the map.
And it should be sharing. Oh, shit. Freaking. Here we go.
There you go.
Man. Here, let me start that again. All right. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm tired.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. So, I'll just go ahead and show Linda Lane first. So, at 2:44 a.m., keep this in mind. At 2:44 a.m., the vehicle is on surveillance at Linda Lane, right here. So there's Linda Lane. The vehicle is on surveillance at 2:44 a.m. at Linda Lane. This is where, just right down the block from where the crime took place at 2:44 a.m. Now, also at 2:44 a.m., Koberger's phone was pinged at 2:42 a.m., leaving the Steptoe residence. But instead, if he was going to commit the crime by himself, right? Wouldn't he have went through the rural area on the way to Moscow? No. He went ahead and drove through the city, through all these buildings where there could be surveillance all over the place. And I'm going to show you how much surveillance they had at these streets. Driven down all the way down here, and at 2:42 a.m., the same time that the vehicle was on surveillance on Linda Lane, also at 2:44 a.m., was caught on surveillance right here. Now you have a camera there. You have a camera there. You have a camera there. See all these cameras on these city streets? So if you're going to do this on your own, why are you not driving the rural route to get there, which would barely have any surveillance or cameras? 51 terabytes, everybody. Okay. So kind of interesting, right? Vehicle was at this location 2 times that morning. Coffee House Apartments. Kopaka lived there. Look at the route. That's why you're leaving left out of your residence instead of turning right. What did they do at this apartment? Because the crime didn't take place until a few minutes after 4. But yet the vehicle was in that location at 2:45, 2:46 in the morning.
So how can he be in both places at the same time?
That's why I think, and I'm going to play Cassie's theory about not 1, maybe 2 or 3. Cassie
and the other car was used as a decoy?
No.
In Moscow?
It could have been, but here's the thing. There's a lot of people that drive that same car. So isn't it interesting that they have two vehicles as a suspect vehicle at the same time in different locations? That would mean there's more than one individual. That's why Brian Koberger, when he was arrested, asked if anybody else had been arrested. That's why he's saying he's going to be exonerated, because if you think about it, maybe he was not the person that physically committed the crime, but was the person that helped set it up and plan it. Maybe that's why he did the silent plea,
Right.
because maybe he did the silent plea because he wanted more time to work out a better deal, because he's going to confess on October 2nd. And that's why I asked everybody last night and 2 nights ago if anybody thought that he would confess on October 2nd.
Now I'm starting to wonder. Because maybe he's going to give up, if there's others involved, give up the information to get out of it.
Not to get out of it, but to get a lesser sentence.
Well, yeah, get a lesser sentence.
Because that's why he thinks that he's going to be exonerated, because I don't think in this theory, I don't think if this is how it went down, I don't think he's going to work out a deal, because I don't think in this theory he did anything but plan it. And what if I don't know about 3 individuals. We're going to go into Cassie's theory, and I'm going to let you guys see what you think. Now, it definitely makes sense. That's why I made a highlight video out of it, and I appreciate Cassie for giving us that theory. Now, if it is 3, maybe he was there and he actually didn't do anything. He just helped restrain people. These are all things that could be possibilities.
Well, even if he just restrained people, it's still considered murder on his case.
I know, but what I'm saying is he would have did a silent plea in this theory. He would have done a silent plea because he's still trying to work out a better deal, because he's going to confess to planning the crimes or whatever took place, whatever he was involved in, but not actually doing the physical activity of the crime itself.
Right.
And so I'm not saying he's going to get off. What I'm saying is he's not going to get the death penalty. He's going to get and try and get a lesser sentence, because what I'm basically saying is I'm thinking he was like the lowest one on the totem pole when it came to what took place that night, if there's multiple people involved.
Right. Interesting.
That was the day they went gone. Yeah, they left Turquoise. They were on their road trip. They said it happened that morning. That's right too, Patty. You know, there I would love to sit back one evening and just go through all the first press conferences that they had, and just listening to every single one of them for an evening, and just listening to what they were saying in the very beginning. You know what I'm saying? Just one evening, just taking 2.5 hours, listening to all those first press conferences, and just, I don't know. But yeah, it just makes you wonder. But I don't know. The more and more and more and more that we have these shows and we talk about this, the more and more and more and more I feel that there was more than I feel that uh,
You're
uh,
breaking up.
that BK, the BLK. There's BCK, Coburger, and you got BLK, Kopaka. I don't know. In my gut, I want either way, It just, man, this trial, October 2nd, not that far away when you really think about it, when it comes to a lot of these crime cases.
Right.
So, did you hear anything new about the Idaho 4 stuff? Or corn dogs
No,
won.
I haven't. I think I looked
Well,
for like 2.5 hours today for that video. I don't know.
yeah, I hope we
I'm
find
having a
it.
hard time finding.
I
Yeah,
hope
I'm
we
still
do.
gonna look tomorrow.
I know. I'm telling you, I was so brand new. No, seriously, you can tell by my titles. I was so brand new. So brand new. I thought it
Yeah,
was all about hashtags in the title. So I apologize.
oh, you're fine.
I would look at my description. There is no description,
I
right?
know.
Most of them most of
That's
them I'm
why
like,
that's why that's why I click on every single one and scroll through it till I can see if there's Papa Rogers picture and all that.
yeah. I apologize.
You're fine.
I'm
It's
wondering
just
if they
getting my
based
investigated part in there.
That's a good question too, Patty. No, I appreciate it. Just don't wear yourself out, I know there's a lot of shows. But
Oh, I'm determined to find it.
I'm hoping. I even need to go back through my my Twitch. It might even be a highlight in my Twitch that I saved from a long time ago. I just thought about that before because it'll save my highlights forever. So yeah, I didn't even think about that until we went live. Otherwise, I would have checked before that. But I'll definitely be checking when the show's over. It can't be brought up. It used to be. I still, Brian. Yeah, Patty. That's what I'm. Or if not, he met him at the house and they both took off. But something just don't make sense when you got one car on surveillance at 2:44 in the morning. Some say 2:45. 2:44 in the morning on Linda Lane in Moscow, and you have the same 2:44/45 in the morning, the same exact time at the Washington Building on Nevada and Stadium in Pullman. It just makes no damn sense. So you tell me. That tells me there's more than one involved. Why would you be looking for at first a 2011 to a 2013?
Right.
And I'll share this. Why would you be looking for a 2011? Here's a 2012. We went through this in the beginning. 2011 to a 2013. When Koberger drives a 2015. Unless you were looking for two different vehicles. Maybe the reason that you put out a stock image was because you didn't want people to think that there was more than one individual. Because maybe if you just caught one and not the others before you could catch the others, you could tell the public that they were safe so that your enrollment would not get affected.
Right.
Because they were getting a lot of heat until Koberger got arrested. They were getting a lot of heat. Oh, shoot. Let's have to take down that family. They were getting a lot of heat.
You sound kind of muffled.
Am I?
Oh, now you're okay.
Yeah, they took a lot of heat until Koberger was apprehended. So maybe they just wanted the public to know. There was only one at the time because they don't have to tell us everything, and they definitely don't need to offer that information to arrest Koberger. They just need probable cause. That's why it's a probable cause affidavit. Thank you, Patty. I'll definitely be making some highlights tonight. That's for damn sure. It just, I don't know. It just don't make any sense. How can you be at two places at once?
Exactly.
Unless you're Marty McFly and Doc Brown, you know? It just ain't happening.
Right.
I only seen it in the movies.
Right.
And when they did go back to the same time period, they were in an alternate time period, you know?
Right.
All right, so we're going to check out some harsh reality. This is accepting Brian Koberger is guilty. Now, I totally, I totally understand, where this dude's coming from. I appreciate his thoughts, his opinions, and his theories. And I'm totally, even though I have my own feelings, you have to think about these cases as a juror member would, even though we would never be able to be one because we're involved in these cases. But you have to think about it as one. And you also have to have the fact that these are all innocent until proven guilty. So it's not that when we talk about these subjects, myself or any of these other content creators, it's not that we're like, he's freaking innocent or he's freaking guilty. No, we want the right person to be convicted of the crime so the families and the victims can have the proper justice. So whoever it is, you know what I mean? Whoever it is, is who we want. But we also have to, you have to bring up the question, what if he is found not guilty? Because the game's not over until the clock hits 0. So what if he is not guilty? Then I'm just, it's 99% until it's 100. That's all.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you're all well. You're looking amazing. You're looking absolutely amazing. But anyway, despite looking amazing, we need to get into the meat and potatoes, as this is with 2 of 2. So how many have you seen so far?
What?
You know the drill. So
There's
look,
another one.
I want to
We
ask
already
you a
watched
question. I'm
it,
going to keep
probably.
this as short and sweet as I can because it's Sunday, and I'm sure some of you are going to be having Sunday lunch. But look, where is the tipping point? Where is the tipping point in the Idaho 4 case? And I hear you now. You're saying, what are you talking about? What do you mean by tipping point? And I mean, what is the tipping point when it takes more strange things that you have to believe to point in
also
one
Pam,
direction
good question,
than it does to look in another direction? What I mean by that, I mean, with regards to the Idaho 4 case and Brian Koberger, think how many questions, how many things that we have to accept are fact, the absolute fact, in order to believe that he truly did this crime. And how many things do we have to ignore? And again, where's the tipping point? When does it get to the point where there is too many things to ignore to make this story feasible? And why I'm asking this question is for 2 things. First of all, if you didn't watch the video that I released earlier today. Go and watch it. And then once you've watched it, head into the description of that video and go and watch the video that I have linked. I think it's True Crime Design. Just go and watch.
Oh yeah, we
that
watched one
video.
of their videos.
That kind of lays out everything in a
Yeah.
time format of information that has come out, and it's something for you to consider and see whether that changed your mindset at the end of it.
True Crime Design.
And then
we'll go to that
we've
video
got
next.
this recording, which has just been released by Sleuthy Goosey, and that will be linked in the description of this video.
Awesome
when
job
you've
with
watched
the
it, don't
links,
now.
man.
Don't now. I'm more important, remember. So hang around.
Save it for your
fly off.
playlist, everybody.
At the
Save
end of the
it for your
video, go
playlist.
check that out.
That's right.
And go and listen to the recording.
No.
I'll put a timestamp
Save it for
below
your playlist.
the link as well, so you don't have to watch the entire thing. You can just watch the meat and potatoes if you like.
I'm fucking
But
starving.
look, what I'm trying to get is, look,
Every
I'm
time I watch
open
his
to being
videos, I get
wrong.
hungry.
I'm always open to being wrong.
Fucking
What I'm
meat
not
and
open to is ignoring things and just going with the most popular narrative. Like someone said yesterday, oh, you're just making this sensationalized information, putting that out there because you just want to get paid, you want clicks and views. What I say to that is fuck off. If I was that bothered about clicks and views and earning as much money as possible, I'd follow the trend because trends pay. So that's how YouTube work. If you go where the trends are and you follow the narrative that is the most popular and has the bigger garnished, thinking about food.
Damn, you make me
Wouldn't
think
believe
about
what you-
food,
what you
man.
build. But what I'm getting at is you don't earn more money by going against the grain,
Meat
by
and
swimming
potatoes.
against the flow.
Fuck, I'm starving.
Do you know what I mean? That's not how it works. And I'm not a sellout. There's so many people who are fucking sellouts, and they will look at something and they will choose to ignore it or to follow a certain ideology simply because it does. It pays them more. It gets them more, gets them seen more. And I'm not like that. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to tell you what I think. I'll look at something and I'll see what have I got to take into consideration to accept that this is that version of events. And with the Brian Kohberger situation, I'm at a point now where I feel that tipping point is really unbalanced. What do we have to accept? We have to accept that this seemingly incredibly intelligent person who had done a copious amount of schooling surrounding criminology and everything to do with the criminal mind and crime scenes and the ins and outs of how to get caught, basically things to look for, what is looked for, where's supposed to believe that this doctorate student, not just any student, but one of two students who got put onto a doctorate course, managed to ignore every single fucking thing that he had learned, bearing in mind that this person has been put out as if someone who is incredibly clever, incredibly smart, smartest person in the room. He's a harsh grader, so he's trying to push others to do better, and would, again, things we've been told is that he would a lot of the time try and speak and make other people appear to be wrong because he thought that he knew the answer. No one said that he didn't know the answer. He was just seemingly one to say, this is what I think. And I think the guy's a smart guy, an incredibly smart guy. So he threw all of that out the window to jump in his car one night and drive into an area full of cameras and commit a crime randomly, just absolute random. And I cannot buy it. I'm not saying it didn't happen that way. I personally, I can't buy it. Now, if that makes me a fucking idiot, it makes me an idiot. I'm not paid to do the job. I'm on here talking to you about what I see when I look
Common
at things.
sense, with respect.
And then we have to ignore
This guy's
the fact that
awesome.
there are people who are saying things, such as the fact that there was like.
I said this guy's awesome.
I know. But it's true, though, you know? We'll go ahead and pause it for a minute to chat.
He's a no bullshitter.
Yeah,
He's got some points.
In my opinion, Pam says if BK did this, he wants to be more... Oh, for sure. He wants to one-up, like trying to one-up Jack Nicklaus, you know? for trophies. But he got caught early.
I say in this Sloopy Goosey record,
She does amazing
literally
job.
talking about other people
Man, see
who
what
on
I'm
this
saying?
specific night that this
Sleuthy
happened
Goosey is
were
everywhere.
out bleaching their car. Bleaching their car. Look, we talk about conspiracy theories. What you have to ask yourself, and I want you to be brutally honest.
He even
and
thinks
let me know down below.
Kopaka, you know?
Do you believe in conspiracy theories? Do you believe that things can happen? Do you believe that law enforcement can get things wrong? Do you believe that law enforcement can be pressurized by higher powers, by people who have a financial interest in the area of which they police, and they could influence them in such a way that it makes them make a mistake? And then could they potentially then get themselves in such a hole that they have to continue going in that direction and try to make it fit? Now, when I mention Kopaka, people tend to lose their minds. They tend to lose their minds. But ultimately, Brent Kopaka is in the background of this. He is, whether you like it or not, he is. He's someone who took his own roommates hostage and ended up getting shot. Now, what if he was involved in this? And the fact they shot him, then they've got no answers. They've got
I just
nothing.
showed you.
And then they go on another hunt to find somebody else, and they come across this guy who they struggle to pinpoint until this sheath miraculously arrives, and all of a sudden, the sheath what pinned him to it in the
From
first
the
place.
end of November to the end of December, they weren't looking at his ass for nothing. He's saying the damn truth right here. He's saying the damn truth. They weren't. I mean, come on. And then once Kopaka was gone from a different situation, then all of a sudden, maybe that's when the focus turned to Koberger. Because maybe he wasn't the one that actually did the physical part. That's why I said what I said a few minutes ago. I mean, I don't know. What's up, Cherry Cherry? I don't know. A lot of this shit don't make sense when you have two vehicles at the same time in two different cities.
Right. That don't make sense.
Come on now. We're going to watch this next video that he linked in this description. Then we're getting to Cassie's because I want you guys to hear her theory if you haven't heard it yet. I know there's a lot of new people that have came in. This was something from a few weeks ago. Anytime, Cassie, you're able to come up, I'd love to hear more of your theories because I appreciate them. They're awesome.
Nothing. And then they go on another hunt to find somebody else, and they come across this guy who they struggle to pinpoint until this sheath miraculously arrives, and all of a sudden the sheath what pinned him to it in the first place we're told isn't even going to be used. That's again what we're being led to look. Why would
please
the
hit
thing
the like,
that,
everybody, if you
that
haven't
got them
yet.
onto him in the first place be removed from evidence being used in his trial? Make that make sense. But like I say, what is the tipping point for you? Are we at that tipping point? Because I just feel there's so many things that you have to ignore to not believe that something else bigger, something else is happening. And if I have to mention this fucking 8-hour time delay for people to understand that it ain't right, it is not right.
It's the damn truth. And he's the one that also said that if it was fucking 30-year-old guys that were living in this apartment that this shit happened to, people would be like, you POS. So you have the yin and the yang. You know what I mean? You got to have that balance. Like, what the fuck? Now, yeah, there could be a reason, right? We've even entertained the theory about the being restrained tonight. Maybe there is a reason why they couldn't call. But we've heard to the contrary that there was calls put out. And I think those parts of the WSU mom Kim calls are the truth. I think that's when the calls were being put out. That's when the social media was being exchanged.
Yeah.
I I mean, do I think some of the stuff she was saying was crazy? Fuck yeah, it was. But you know what? There was a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of truth to it too. And
I do too.
I appreciated her calling in those few times that she did way back at the beginning of the year up until recently, and she has a good personality, and I even said to myself like she should have her own talk show. She's got a great voice. Like she should have her own talk show. Now the first call or two that she did in the beginning of the year, she was speaking a little fast. We had to slow it down. But her freaking kids were existing in an area uh, where shit was, they didn't find anybody. So this was early December, maybe. But yeah, it was in December, I think, before Koberger was arrested. She even brought up Kopaka. She even brought up Kopaka back then. That's when we started looking it up. I even felt that was right. That's when I started getting that gut feeling. She had the gut feeling too. So it just makes sense, and it would make sense that social media was being used like crazy that morning. So I totally understand why can't it be explained for real.
I could even, I'm going to right now, I'm laying this shit bare. If you was asleep, if you were genuinely asleep, you'd been out on a piss, you'd had a skinful, took, I don't know, magic cabbages or whatever it is that the youths are doing, and they're seeing flying monkeys covered in rainbow glitter all night, and then they wake up, I can take that. You know what I mean? I can take it. If they would turn around and it had come out and said they were wearing headphones, they had fucking Apple earphones in and they couldn't hear anything, I'll take that. But that's not what happened. It's not what we're hearing. We're hearing that she physically was awake. She saw people. And then all of a sudden, we're hearing that other people around this area that must have got the information
And we
from
heard
that
that
house.
she opened the door.
Must have.
Right?
Unless
Opened the door 3 times, so that's not being restrained, right? But you also remember when we heard that audio, it was kind of crazy how not only Kopaka stuck out, but also a door handle noise.
someone else knew who weren't in that house, so you can't have your
I made a
cake and eat
video.
it. Either someone in that
I'll
house
highlight
told the
about
story.
why whoever it was, Koberger right now, why I feel Koberger didn't see DM. And I think I might even change it. Koberger or Kopaka didn't see DM.
Sisters, or someone else knew about it. And if someone else knew about it, how the fuck did they know about it? But the fact of the matter is, you can't stick your head in your ass and it's all going to go away. That 8-hour delay, there was a delay there. People knew about this crime in this house around 8:30 a.m. and that 911 call didn't happen till 11:58
Yep.
a.m. It's not right. Something's gone amiss here. Something has gone amiss.
Yep. Question is why? Especially let me show you we're just going to go into that bottom floor that is. Especially, where's the frickin' door that separates the second floor from fucking downstairs? Now, in the first model, we saw that there was a door. We saw that this was like a full wall, and there was a door right here. But this is an updated model of the scene. You don't see but a half a wall, and you don't even see a door that separates this anymore. You're telling me you're the bedroom underneath, the floors and walls. I mean, come on. We've all lived in apartments. Imagine somebody upstairs doing some shit like this. You're
You
not going
would
to hear
hear
it. You're not going to hear it, not only through the stairway, because the sound will echo, but you're not going to hear it in the room directly above you. Same goes.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Same goes with this bedroom. This bedroom is directly below the bedroom of the crime upstairs. You're going to tell me that you didn't hear that either? So he brings up a very good point and a very good question. You know, I'm sure it'll come out, and then everybody can judge. But at the same time, it's just like, man, if my friend was the next room over, please call 911, because you never know. You might save my life. You might save my life. It ain't over until the clock hits 0 again. I need to make a damn t-shirt out of that.
She heard Murphy, but she didn't hear the crime happening. Come on.
I need to make a t-shirt out of that. Because it's true, it ain't over till the clock hits 0. Especially
Can
all
you hear me?
hardwood floors. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
reading chat.
Okay.
Floors, yeah, hardwood floors. I mean, and why is BF's testimony not in part of the PCA? Because maybe she saw us. Remember, I talked a few weeks ago about how maybe possibly BF looked outside when she heard noises and saw 3 or 4 individuals in the parking lot, not one. That's why they didn't include it, because they didn't want people to know at that time that there was more than one individual. They wanted to be able to tell the public as soon as possible that everything was safe.
Right.
Why in the fuck were there 2 vehicle suspect pictures or locations noted at 2:44 a.m. in Pullman and Moscow at the same time? You're going to hold one of the witness statements back? Why? Because she was downstairs and she saw something else, while the one upstairs saw something else. Maybe BF saw BK sitting in his fucking car waiting for the other people to do what they were doing. Right? Because maybe there's more out there. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
what we've been exploring these last few nights, is hell, even the week. What if there's more? It just don't make sense. It all comes down to these 2 vehicles that LE wants to say. Number one, his phone pinged in Pullman at 2:44 in the morning at Nevada and Stadium. And also here, Linda Lane seen on surveillance a block away from the crime scene at 2:44 in the morning in Moscow, Idaho. It takes 15 minutes to get there, people. Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got into, well, I didn't personally. I did before my show was even created. But I tell you what, ATS News has the best documentaries when it comes to Chris Watts. So if you're not subbed to her, definitely check her channel out. Sub to it. There's a couple up there. She just did one on Idaho 4 as well. So definitely check that one out too. All right.
I was just gonna ask what CW and SW meant. Now I know.
Yep, Chris Watts and Shanann Watts. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go to this other video that he mentioned here, and this is a video. Wow, I actually had saved for tonight. That's cool. Idaho 4, the cover up before the the cover up before the 911 call. And True Crime Design. So let me get their channel up there. Give me 1 second. Now this is a little bit of a lengthy video, but that's okay. You know, we've checked them out before. Great content. Obsessed with the truth. So are we. We appreciate your hard work, True Crime Design. Thank you. I'll put all the links in the chat.
It was like, you could call in my head, holy crap, dude, like, we all knew this before the rest of the world basically did. Like, how? And why? And I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
How does one individual kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of...
You know what? Let me know in chat or in the comments if you're on replay. Let me know if one of these shows we should watch all these first press conferences from Ellie. There was like 3 or 4 of them throughout a period of time. Let me know if one night you guys would want to have a show where we just sit back and commentate on all the initial press conferences. I still have them.
How does one individual kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose any of that information. I don't even know that information at this point in time, and that's why we're continuing to investigate.
Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the press conferences were a whole lot of nothing. And yeah, Patty, when we first started covering this case in the beginning, we actually looked up the population of the college and we looked up the population of Moscow. And it's pretty apparent if you look at the two that they really do depend. The small businesses, the eateries, the bars, the grub trucks, the local bookstores, the supply stores, your CVS's, your McDonald's. Yeah, Yeah, they depend. But also Patty and Pam knows what I'm talking about. Look deeper. Look at the type of look at the type of funding that they get, that the college, look at the type of funding they get, the reason they get it, how much they get, and then look at all the tax breaks that they get. Trust me, they're making, there's no reason why they didn't buy the University of Phoenix a couple weeks ago for $550 million. Look it up, it's true. University of Idaho purchases University of Phoenix for $550 million. Oh yeah, the parents want the death penalty. Oh, that's for sure. And they hired a private investigator, right?
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it wasn't.
There's the Kim reference.
Like what happened, and she told me that 4 students were stabbed, and they had died, and that she and I said, well, how do you know that? And she said her sorority sister, who is a nursing student and attends school in Spokane, often when she's in town will stay at with my daughter and her roommate, because they're all friends. They're the same. It's called a PC class. They all graduated together. They're PCs. I think they're PC 19. So so her sorority sister called and told her, and the reason and I said, well, why did she know? And she said because of her boyfriend, Mom. He goes to UI, and so she's friends with the Pi Phis because he goes there. And I said, but how do the Pi Phis know? How do you know at 10 o'clock and we don't know until now? She goes, I don't know that. And I said, but why do you know now? Why did you know at 10? And it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and we don't know. And you know everything that happened, but the news doesn't say that. Because at this time, I'm going through my phone looking for any information I can find, and there's just no information. And so then I said, what happened? And she told me that, and what she said to me was that there were 4 kids were killed. They were stabbed, and that there were 2 roommates there who locked us up in their bedrooms because they were scared, but they heard a lot of noise. But it's a party house, so maybe they didn't know what was happening. And I said, hold on a minute. I said, did they call 911? She goes, I don't know. But that is what I was told. That is what and I did correct it with the FBI as soon as I learned that this is not working. It's not right. So a lot of kids were there early in the morning.
8:30, 9.
They were there early in the morning. 8 o'clock. That's what she said. It seems like I think the sorority sister might have stayed at my daughter's house or not, but knew at 8:30, and there was a narrative discovered and built, and 2 people who are really important to the case I don't think they did it. think they thought it was a shakedown. I do not think any student did it.
Right.
But I think that they all
nobody
know
told you
far
that,
more
right? That's
than they're
something
saying.
that when it comes to the shakedown stuff.
Well, I know
That's
that
not
he-
something that your daughter
Well,
told you, that she
shakedown
thought it was a
stuff. Oh
shakedown.
no, that I was told. No, I was told that.
You were told what? How? When were you told that?
It was a drug house that they were there, the creeper was there, and there were people there
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Who told you this? And when was this told?
My child told me.
See, this is in the very beginning. These are the calls we were first going over back then. Fucking crazy shit. I'm going to put the link to this video in chat again.
Who told you this? And when was this told?
My child told me this. This was in the beginning.
And she was told by the student from University of Idaho?
The student's girlfriend from University of Idaho.
Okay. Where did she get that information from?
My daughter told me is that she got it from the Wi-Fi.
Oh, she got it from the sorority.
Yeah, she got it from the sorority. That's what she told me.
See?
At
I
the
feel
time.
like this is the truth.
You wake up in the morning on November 13th. Can you just describe your day?
So I don't remember like exactly when I woke up. I just remember like waking up and opening up my Snapchat, and there were dozens of Snapchat messages in all the group chats. And I just remember like, oh, this is kind of whack. And then like,
And we've gone through both of these, and I'm definitely putting their shout outs in the description because they do amazing work. I just want to say thank you to Drunk Turkey Show and Truth and Transparency. I appreciate the hard work and effort.
I got up and I was like looking up a little bit more. I started to go through them because I did not want to have to read a lot of shit early in the morning. And then I ended up like I was just sitting there scrolling through it, and then opened up the messages, and then there it was. It was like, holy shit, did you guys hear about what happened? Like blah 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 blah. And I'm scrolling up, and there's just lines and lines and lines of text. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's awake. I mean, and this is before 9:30 on a Sunday, and I remember that because I had to go to work. I ended up not going because I wanted to be with my brothers, right? Kind of obvious. But yeah, and like I don't remember what exact time I woke up, but I remember like, yeah, we were all talking about it. We all knew about it, and like my boss, my coworkers were texting me later, asking me like if everything was okay, and they had even heard about things. They heard like it was a shooting and stuff like that. So, and yeah, it was kind of weird because like at the beginning, everyone said like,
What?
At the beginning, like the first messages were people talking about stabbings, or like a stabbing had occurred, and then it changed to an OD, and it was just kind of weird. Like looking back on it, it changed to an OD so quickly, and like nobody questioned it, and like we didn't question it either because we knew there were drugs in that house, and like just genuinely thought like, okay, they got a bad batch, and that's just what happened, right? Because you see it on the news, it happens in major cities.
So you said you had to go to work, and you said you had to be to work at 9:30. So this would have happened before, like you got to work.
Yeah.
How'd that
No.
work out?
Yeah. Yeah. No. This was definitely.
Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to rewind that just a little bit. I remember him saying that in that Dave call about a bad batch. I want to hear that shit again because I dismissed it before.
At the beginning, like the very, very first messages where people were talking about the stabbings, or like a stabbing had occurred, and then it changed to an OD, and it was just kind of weird. Like looking back on it, it changed to an OD so quickly, and like nobody questioned it, and like we didn't question it either because we knew there were drugs in that house, and like just genuinely thought like, okay, they got a bad batch, and that's.
Or was it tied to an OD and they came back to serve their own?
It's just what happened, right? Because you see it on the news. It happens in major cities.
So you said you had to go to work, and you said you had to be to work at 9:30. So this would have happened before, like you got to work.
Yeah.
How'd that
No.
work out?
Yeah. Yeah. No. This was definitely and it was like I don't know 5-10 minute drive to work, and like I had to
Thank you,
get ready
ATS, I
too. So you're
appreciate
talking
it.
like well before 9 o'clock in the morning at least.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News.
And thank you for your Idaho 4 documentary as well. And somebody brought up Chris Watts. Definitely put your link out there because I feel you have the best documentaries about Chris Watts. Seriously, go check her out. I'll put her link in the description or in the chat again.
Just to follow
Yeah,
up, she
definitely.
asked, roommates were there at the time of
The information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, that they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
They were like, okay, it's an accident. Let's not panic, you know. And I remember texting Kaylee.
I don't know. I feel like we need to have a night where let me know in chat or in the comment section if you're on replay. I feel like we need to have a night where we watch all 3 or 4 of these first press conferences. I don't know. I feel like I need to rewatch those with all these new theories and thoughts that I'm having about what was even possible. I need to rehear what they're giving up besides the PCA. I want to hear it. I want to see their reactions. I want to see if they itch their left shoulder, you know, if they take a glass and hold it up and take a quick sip, if their eye starts blinking.
Right.
The jaw clenches, you know, something. I don't know. I feel like I need to have a show where we just watch all the first press conferences as the weeks were unfolding until they went on a gag order. Just with a different approach. Just like this Papa Roger read through. Approach it with a different approach than we did before. Because I'm telling you, even tonight, just the different thoughts. Man.
Who is this girl in this interview here?
Oh, sorry. I believe she's the friend.
A friend of Kaylee?
Okay, it's an accident.
I don't know.
Let's not panic,
I
you know.
haven't seen her before.
And I remember texting.
Friend of Kaylee Goncalves and Xana Knodel. So
Okay.
Katie is the friend.
Hey, Kaylee.
She looks like Kaylee.
See if she was okay. She obviously didn't ever respond because it was in the morning.
Moscow PD investigating a homicide on
great
King
video.
Road near campus.
Somebody had done something really bad. He said, I think Ethan's dead. And then out into the courtyard, and somebody said that Xana was dead.
My niece said something bad has happened to Kaylee. So then I started calling Maddie.
At this point, we didn't have any answers. Like, we didn't know anything.
Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And
We were
then
watching
our son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home
we
in LA.
we gather.
And my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said, yesterday, you know, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All our
said,
statistics dropped.
she said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. She said there was a party last night and somebody went in and shot the party up and Kaylee was shot. I was like, what? And I just threw my phone. I started screaming. I started telling everybody to call Olivia and to get all her roommates on the phone. And I started calling Maddie, and Maddie wouldn't answer, and I said, no, this can't be, because Maddie would call me. If Kaylee was shot last night at a party, Maddie or Jack would have called me. Like, no. And I called Kaylee and went straight to voicemail. I was calling Maddie. I was calling Jack. It was ringing. I turned on the TV and I saw 22 Road. Like, Kaylee's car was in the driveway. Maddie's car was in the driveway. But it was saying an unconscious person. And we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't like, maybe something happened. So Steve starts calling the police. Steven, our son, started calling the hospital, and he started calling the PD and saying, my name's Gonzalez, and we heard that my dog Keely Gonzalez was killed in an accident, and they said, oh, we can't give you any more information, we'll call you back. Well, we just,
Wow,
next thing
what
you
a
know,
video.
some more phones started ringing. Our daughters that came running down, and 17 years old, came and said, Mom, somebody just called me and said that Kaylee's dead. And we're like, what? Like, who was it? She's like, I don't know, it's somebody that's they're there. And Kaylee's dead. And we were like, oh my God, like this can't be, and it's just very, very, very
Yeah, these
dramatic.
protocols have to be updated.
Yeah.
These protocols of somebody showing up at your door 10 hours later is ridiculous.
Because we had hours of panic before the sheriff
It was
department.
terrible.
It was about 4:30. And
So you guys, they never called you. You guys found this out from family members that were in the area. And you guys didn't get notified. You actually reached out to them, and you guys still didn't get notified.
He wound up calling them twice.
I get it. Their protocols are all about, like, maybe they'll commit suicide or something. But they have to be updated because social media moves so fast, so quick.
11:58 a.m. This phone call goes out to the police, and I'm like, "Hey, Dave, you told me that you knew about this at 9. Let's say that I would have come back like months ago when this originally happened. Let's say that I was like your family member, and you're telling me about this, and I would have been like, Dave, wait, you told me that you knew about this like at 9:30 in the morning. Well, 911 wasn't called until like 11:58 a.m. Like, do you think that that's weird? You get what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah. Well, the thing, right, is like
2.5 hours.
we don't know, and we never really we didn't a lot of us unplugged ourselves from the case and all the news and everything. You live in it. Some reporters going to class each day. You don't want to walk out of your freaking house, But we just kind of stayed unplugged to where we didn't really even think about it or connect the dots. And that's why when I heard WSU's Kim's thing, when she said that, and literally when she was talking about how she yelled at her daughter like that, it literally made me think about my mom doing that to me. That's what it felt like, was she was my mom saying that same shit to me. How the hell did you know? And it just it literally just blew my mind. How did we know? How did I not think of that? Wait, what? And it just made me have so many other questions, holy shit, she's right. And not even to mention that, how the hell did her daughter know? Her daughter goes to WSU. We have way closer, I can go through on my phone, one person or two people and be in that house, right? In that sorority. I've got girls in the sorority. I've got people that know other people in that sorority, upper and lower classmen. How did that girl find out? And it just,
Depending on who people are friends with and stuff like that.
Right, but even then, that quickly, you're gonna go to your inner circles first, right? That's why I was talking to the one kid, because his girlfriend was freaking out, and so he was having to be there for her without being able to go to the sorority. So he's texting her and letting her blow off all this steam and telling me what she's telling him too, amidst the other information that we're receiving. And yeah, it just, I don't know. I don't know. I think we just have a really good way of being young and dumb and staying distracted with school and partying and everything else, and we just, not a lot of people question things. Maybe it's just a kid thing, I don't know, but we just
I get that. Unless you have personal knowledge, but for 911 not to be called for hours, let's just say, but everybody else is messaging each other, that would mean that somebody had to message to get this thing going. It had to be from the inner circle of whoever was in that house to have possibly told everybody to get that going. You get what I'm trying to say?
100%.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm asking the same questions, is what did those girls do? But what did they do? How did we all know before the cops even got freaking called? I just didn't think, connect the dot. It didn't, I don't know, man. I mean,
You know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place.
She obviously didn't ever respond because it was in the morning.
Investigators are trying to ascertain why there was a delay and what actually occurred, what was heard. That's a question that's still out there.
Wow, what a video.
Yeah.
All great questions, too. All great questions. Wow, what a freaking video. There's the panel, or you can live call if you'd like. We're going to be ending the show here in about 20 or 30 or so. There's a new creator that we came across a couple days ago. A couple of them, a few of them actually. So I'm going to play a couple of their new clips that they've made. Just to show them some love, because I appreciate their hard work and efforts as well. Very small channels, so definitely show them some love if you haven't, as I'm throwing the links out there as we check out each of their channels. Now this one's doing pretty good. Jules of All Trades True Crime, she's got 13.8, but the other two are pretty small channels, so they definitely deserve your love as well. This is Jules of All Trades, and we're going to share one of these videos. Give me a second. We'll switch back to the cams. Any night, Turquoise. I did this with Henryetta Beth before we had our conversation that we did. You're more than welcome to... if you'd like to reach out anytime, you can call me on the 812-250-8484 when I'm not live, usually on a Wednesday or on the weekend. And we can sit down and have a conversation if you'd like. Don't worry, it's not going to be recorded. It's basically going to be, and I think that's why Henryetta Beth was so comfortable. Not only trying the Twitch sub only, but then just saying, you know what, I'm comfortable to go live on YouTube. But we'll just keep it private until we start to release some highlights from that episode based off of Henryetta Beth's comfort. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a team set up for Wednesday where we can kind of go through them, see what we think, and then I'm going to show all those to Henryetta Beth. I'm going to reach back out to her, see if she's comfortable with what we're going to release, and then we'll do it that way. So if you'd ever be interested in doing that, Turquoise, just reach out to me, contact me, or you can even call the show. 812-250-8484. We can have a private conversation, and then we can kind of go from there on. If you would like to share it on a live Twitch only, or totally understand though, Turquoise. Yeah, I'm just saying the offer is there if you'd ever like. All right, we're going to check out this channel. Great channel. We came across it from, I think it was the Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime channel. So that's another one we're going to be checking out tonight, one of the videos here. So this is her latest video, Idaho 4 official case summary, no victims' rights notification form for BF. Now we've been talking about, we'll see. We've had a lot of theories these last couple nights. I know they're long shows, but definitely worth the watch if you got the time. Or even if you're at work, just sitting there listening. It'll make half your day go by so quick. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you, Kip Kitty, for being up here.
Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. This one's going to be real quick and faceless because
Oh,
I was
she
just
went
going
away.
through the case summary itself. It is 13 pages on the Idaho Case of Interest website, and it is where they basically put in every piece of paper, every document, every motion, every file, everything that is associated with this case, regardless of if it is public access and redacted or not. Now, what we see, the clickable PDFs that we talk about on here, those are the ones that are public access where they've been redacted enough for us to be able to see them ourselves. There is a lot of paperwork that gets added to the case file that we do not physically get to see. And I have on here a couple of times to do comparison what we have access to versus what they do show listed on this that we do not have access to. And I honestly didn't notice this before, and I don't know how I didn't notice this. So I was going through, like I stated, this case summary page, and whenever you get down to the bottom of page 2, you can see where on the 3rd of January, a victim's rights notification form for DM, which we know to be Dylan Mortensen, was placed into the case file. Now, I find this interesting for quite a few reasons, and you're going to see why here in a minute.
She does
But
great
one of the
work.
main reasons is because this is after Brian's arrest. So did they not consider her a victim prior to Brian being arrested? I just don't understand why she ended up getting one of these, or why any of these documents actually were filed after Brian was arrested. I kind of understand the no contact forms because they would have to have the defendant's name on the forms for who wasn't being allowed to contact the victims and their families, right? That makes sense. But the victims notification forms themselves, I'm not quite understanding why those are dated after the arrest, but let's go ahead and go through some of these right here. Then you see on January 5th that there's a no contact order for DM. Of course, again, Dylan Mortensen. Now, some of these other names and initials, I had to go in and look at families' names so I could refresh myself to make sure that I had it correct. So it shows that after DM's no contact order, there was one for a JK. Now, that's Jeff Kernodle. That's Xana's father. Then there's one for BM and KC. Now that would be Maddie's father and his wife. Now, obviously, with all these G's, you can see that this is definitely the one for the Consalvis family. Then we have a no contact order for Bethany. Okay, seems pretty normal and legit so far, right? Then on January 5th, we have a no contact order for KL and SL. Now that's Maddie's mom and her husband. And then we have the SCJC,
Awesome work.
HC, and MC, which of course is the Chapin family. Then on 1/6, the next day, we have the victim's rights notification form for KL and SL, which again is Maddie's mom and stepfather. And then we have victim's rights notices for BM, which is again Maddie's father. And then all of the Chapin family got one separately. You know who doesn't have a victim's rights notification form? Bethany. Why wouldn't Bethany have a victim's rights notification form? And why is the defense claiming that Bethany has information that is considered exculpatory to the defendant while she's not getting a victim's rights notification form? It's a bit confusing to me, guys, but I want to know what you guys think. Let me know.
Wow.
Sorry, CJ, I kicked myself out of StreamYard.
Oh, you're good.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
About Bethany.
Yeah. I am going to hit up one of JLR's videos here. Something about BK's charges being reduced. Now, in this show, we've had the conversations about, different theories. At the 2 hour mark of the shows when we started at the 2 hour mark of the shows when we started talking about Idaho Ford. Definitely check out the second half of the show when it comes to these other theories that we went through tonight. This is going to be interesting. I wasn't going to go to this one. I didn't remember saving it, but now it's interesting with everything that we've talked about tonight. Is it going to share it or what? We'll have 2 more videos coming up.
Jonathan Lee Richards investigates. I am covering the Moscow, Idaho, Brian Kohlberger case. Could Brian Kohlberger get his charges reduced? Reduce his charges. I ask that because it is quite possible that his 4 counts of first-degree murder and his burglary count get reduced down by prosecutor Bill Thompson. I say this because there is a case out of Latah County years ago that Bill Thompson prosecuted. It was 2 vandals football players from the University of Idaho. It was way back in 2004. 2 football players for the University of Idaho, the Wells brothers. They shot and 19 person with 2 different weapons. His apartment in Moscow. And these brothers who are from Seattle were charged, obviously, first-degree murder, life in prison. But Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, the same prosecutor who is now prosecuting Brian Kohlberger,
Wow.
he reduced their charges. I'm going to show you their case. Check this out.
Wow, Patty.
So this is an article from 2005. Seattle brothers sentenced to 20 years in football player's death. 2 Seattle brothers were sentenced Friday to 20 years in prison for the fatal shooting of a University of Idaho football player last year. This is out of Moscow, Idaho. 2 Seattle brothers were sentenced Friday to 20 years in prison for the fatal shooting of a University of Idaho football player last year. James Wells and Matthew Wells pleaded guilty in September to second-degree murder in the killing of 19-year-old Eric McMillan. McMillan was shot twice with 2 different weapons at his off-campus apartment in Moscow. Second District Judge John Bradbury imposed the sentence. The brothers won't be eligible for parole for at least 8 years. Prosecutors asked for a 30-year sentence while defense lawyers sought 12-year terms. The Wells brothers cried and expressed remorse during sentencing, saying McMullen did nothing to deserve being killed. Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson said. The brothers originally were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy in the September 19, 2004 death of McMillan, a Vandals cornerback from California near San Diego. McMillan, shot once in the chest and once behind the ear, apparently was chosen at random because he was a football player the Wells believed had been involved in a nightclub altercation with their younger brother and cousin. This case is so incomprehensible, Thompson said. We cannot make sense of why such a tragedy happened. Thompson agreed to reduce the first-degree murder charge and drop a conspiracy count in exchange for guilty pleas to second-degree murder. Several other Wells family members, including their father, Matthew Wells, and brother Emmanuel Wells and Aaron Wells, faced perjury charges stemming from the investigation, Thompson said. Trial dates have not been set. So Thompson, the Latah County prosecutor, reduced these guys, these two football players, charges from first degree, which looks like it was clearly first degree murder, down to second degree murder. And instead of these guys getting life, they got 20 years. He reduced the charges. Could that happen in the Brian Kohlberger case? Kohlberger's charges being reduced. Let me know what you think. He reduced their charges to second degree murder. And the brothers ended up only getting 20 years. 20 years. This is a very and he also said that was a very horrific case. What I just read to you, more or less. Bad case. The Brian Kohlberger case is the worst of the worst. But who knows? Who knows what this prosecutor could do? He could say with Brian Kohlberger's case, I'll reduce all 4 of your first-degree murder charges down to second-degree murder charges. Who knows? Brian Kohlberger could get a number. 20 years, 20 years, 20 years, 20 years, and 5 years for the burglary, 85 years. But he would get a number. And sometimes prosecutors do that. Remember, people, in the court of law, most cases are resolved via plea bargain. Most cases, felony cases in this country are plea bargains, and sometimes prosecutors reduce people's charges. Charge them with the most extreme, and then the negotiation happens. Will that happen in the Brian Kohlberger case? Possibly. Most likely not. But this prosecutor, Bill Thompson, has done it before on a bad case in Latah County.
Wow. Good digging.
At other cases in comparison to him prosecuting other bad cases in the county. He's been a prosecutor since 1992. What will he do with the Brian Kohlberger case? He still has 53 days left in that range up to July 22nd to decide if he's going to seek the DP against Brian Kohlberger. If he does Brian Kohlberger, maybe he would do a plea bargain with him for reduced charges. If he does seek the DP against Brian Kohlberger, I'm not so sure if those charges would be reduced with the DP off. Maybe first degree MUR DER with the DP off, but would it go down to second degree or third degree or manslaughter? Who knows? Who knows? Ann Taylor putting up a challenge. Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification.
Wow. That's some good digging. And it definitely makes you think. And then the shit that we're talking about tonight about what if he wasn't even the person that was physically, but was there. Oh, hell yeah. I gotta show this real quick. I'll show it here. I'll end it now. I'm gonna wait to show you until tomorrow night's show. I got a really cool screen coming up for the intro. Thank you, Cherry. Oh, I can't wait to show it tomorrow night. And the intro. All right, one more video. I'm already kind of cutting it over. I was going to try and keep it at 2 hours each. And for the next, forthcoming future, I really need to try and keep the episodes to 3. So I'm going to try my hardest. I know I was trying it last week. It wasn't working. I definitely need to try it as time goes on here. Because, just to have somebody try and watch a 4 or 5 is just crazy, So I think 3 is a good number. 3 hours is a good number to kind of keep it around. And then that way it's digestible a little easier than a 4 or a 5. But definitely on the weekends, I don't mind doing the long ones. You know what I mean? But I just need to be able to have more time to do more highlights. So that way, a lot of the great points that us in chat or us up on panel make when it comes to a lot of the stuff that we discuss. I think those need to be highlighted more. And so I just want to make sure that I have a little bit more time to be able to make those for everybody. It's one of the reasons why I haven't put out much the last couple of days and why I needed some mental space, because I had worked myself so much with these highlights and doing the live shows for so long, and so I'm doing better. I'm taking big, good timestamps of things I think I'm going to try and make a highlight out of, just to focus on the stuff we've talked about tonight. If you guys do watch the show, or you're watching on replay and you have an idea of a highlight, give me a timestamp. I'll definitely consider it. But we'll be checking out one more video. Then I'm going to go ahead and end the show, and then I will put up a post for a poll that you can either vote on tonight or tomorrow sometime before the show. And I'll have it up to about an hour before the show, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, CJ.
Hey, what's up?
I just want to say I'm very proud of how far you've come.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I've been with your channel. I wasn't into true crime till your channel. And you've come a long way in a short amount of time.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
I'm
you're
just
welcome.
trying my hardest, I'm trying to give
I know
it,
you are.
like I do with everything. I give it 150, and sometimes it's a blessing and sometimes it's a curse. But I always give it 150 because I don't want to live life with regrets.
Yeah. Well, you do work very hard. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your
You're
help
welcome.
too. When either it's links or documents or even coming up on panel or even what you offer in chat. I appreciate you too. All of you, everybody.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. We have a good family in this channel.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good, it's that atmosphere, and I appreciate each and every one of you that contribute to that atmosphere. So, yeah, really. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words.
Oh, you're welcome. Absolutely.
So this is a channel, and then we're going to end the show after this. This is a channel we came across a couple days ago. It just kind of fell into my recommended, and amazing stuff. I hope one day we can have him on the show. Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime. Damn, his fucking subs have jumped. But awesome work, and you'll understand why. This is, we watched this video before, but I'm just going to kind of show this one real quick. 10-minute video. I'm going to go ahead and blow it up full screen for everybody. And this is why when I was talking earlier, when it came to the Google Maps at the beginning of the show, this is when I was talking about how BK, right? BK was seen 2 times. Remember earlier in the show I said that? And this is why he went this route instead of the route going up there through the barely any surveillance roads. And this is kind of more of a deeper thought about that. And this is actually at the location. So I want to thank Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime for the content. Appreciate it. And here we go. And then we're going to end the show with this. Thank you.
Hello,
everybody.
everyone. Bye. Good to see you again. Sorry I haven't seen you in a couple of days, but it's been for a good reason. I've been traveling. I'm
Thank
here
you,
at
Kip
the
Kitty. I
Steptoe
appreciate you.
Apartments. And we all know
You're
what Steptoe
welcome.
Apartments is. This is Brian's apartment complex where everything went down. So I took a walk around and I was looking for the storage unit. I believe I found it. I think it's right here on the side of the house. So this, I'm going to be doing a series of videos while I'm in Pullman and while I'm in Moscow. So this first part, we're going to start at Brian's apartment, and we're going to take a look at his perspective. We're going to get into his mindset. What's going on in this place? What is he consuming mentally and emotionally while he's here? What's on that Fire Stick? What's on his computer? what's going on. So as you can see, there's people still around here. We don't want to get too nosy, so we'll walk around. Let's go find the storage unit. So I believe this is it right here. And I believe so because of the padlock right here. Now if we pull this down and open it up, that is not a storage unit. So no.
This guy is bold.
So I have yet to find the storage unit, which is fine. So what we're gonna do today is not only walk around in Brian Kohberger's shoes from his perspective, I'm also gonna go to the coffee house apartments. Now this is important because he stopped there 2 times on that morning. Why would you do that? That makes absolutely no sense, and I'll tell you why, and I will show you why. And we're also going to go to the Jack in the Box, but that will be for tomorrow's video, and I'm going to go there and eat the Kohberger special. I call it the Kohberger special because it was vegan tacos, and that was the only thing that he could actually eat there. So, all right, guys, let's go to his front door and get into his mind. So as Brian Kohberger closes the door that night and locks the door, what's going through his mind? Is he seeing nothing but dead red? Does he hear nothing but screaming in his head? Or is he so locked in on Maddie that he feels nothing? So he comes down, walks down the stairs. God knows what happens. Gets in his white car and hits the road. So I have a couple questions to ask. So at this point, Maddie's nothing but an object to him. Now I wonder if he actually expects her to be all by herself. Now, if he is stalking her these 12 times, I'm very sure he'd pick up on who's in that house and who's not in that house. But at this point, is he just so dead set that he wants to test himself? He wants to see if he is that smart, if he can pull off the ultimate crime, if he is the next Ted Bundy. Or is this just a wrong place, wrong time? Now, I wanted to head to this bench over here because last time I was here, it gave me a very eerie vibe. And it's only about 300 feet away from Kohberger's apartment. And I don't know why it gave me such a weird vibe, but it did. So here's the bench I wanted to show you, and here's why. Take a look. Look at all these windows he could just look in. Just sitting on the bench, acting like he's doing homework, on his phone, whatever. Now, he was accused of breaking into a female student's apartment here under the ruse that he was doing it to prove to her that she should buy security cameras. I'm very sure that's where he was stalking and looking through her windows and picked his target. So now we're gonna walk back. Towards his house and get in the car. Now this is where it gets interesting. So when he gets in the car,
to the
he doesn't go straight for the freeway, which is 2 minutes behind. This way, he goes to the coffee house apartments. At 2:45 a.m., he will be spotted on Nevada and Stadium Way, just 1 block up from the coffee house apartments where one Brent Kopacka lived. All right, guys. This is where we're going to start trying to connect Brent Kopacka and what role, if any, he has to play in this. So we're going to go to the coffee house apartments after that. And I've worked up a bit of an appetite, and I'm going to hit the jack. All righty, time to get in the white horse. All right, guys, how we doing?
Good.
So I just arrived here at the coffee house apartments, and I got to be honest, I just parked my car, and on my way here, first thought that came into my head is, what in actual hell did he drive out here for? It makes no tactical sense. It makes no practical sense. It's 7 minutes away from his house. The freeway to Moscow is 2 minutes behind his house. Why would he come here? the way this guy thinks, the way this guy operates, everything we've been told about him, there is no point in coming out here. Not once, but twice. Now at 5:45 in the morning is where he is caught on camera right down there. His car is caught on camera at 5:45 a.m. That would be about an hour and 45 minutes after the crimes occurred. And then, as I've stated previous, at 2:45 a.m., he's spotted behind the building. Why did you come here twice? Are you here
Right.
to pick up Brent Kopaka? Because this is where Brent Kopaka lives. This is his apartment complex. Now,
I might fall back.
to remind
Whoa.
you why Brent Kopaka is on our radar, it is because on December 14th at 9 p.m., the Pullman Police Department is called because Brent Kopaka is threatening to kill his roommates. So
I'll share you my. I'll share
standoff
my
ensues until
Google
about 3 or 4 in the
stuff that I
morning.
got saved.
The whole
for
building
you.
is evacuated,
I'll share my Google with
and
you.
the SWAT team takes out Brent Kopaka about 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, why is this important? Because December 14th turns into December 15th. And what happens on December 15th? Brian Kohlberger gets pulled over not once, but twice. Now, I'm going to let you know. The first pullover was the FBI, and here's why. It was the FBI because 20 minutes later, when he gets pulled over by the next cop, Brian asked, "Why are you pulling me over?
Oh,
I just got
damn,
pulled over
that's
20
too
minutes
big
ago."
to put in there.
Cop asks,
Holy shit.
"Who pulls you over?" And he goes, "Some guy in an SUV." The troopers have those kind of. We don't have those kind of cruisers. I don't know who pulled you over. Dead giveaway FBI. Now, were they on
I don't know if it was the FBI, but that's just my opinion, though.
him? Because they are. I'm sure they were already on him by then. But was that them after they took out Kopaka because they figured out what happened with him? Did they come and like kind of start messing with him? Like, "Hey man, we're on you. Coming to get you. See you soon." Now, I have not been able to officially make a connection between Brent Kopaka and Brian Kohlberger. I think I have a hunch though. If Brian Kohlberger is Papa Rogers, I believe that's how they met. And Brent Kopaka had an alter ego of some sort. I'll have to find those messages and go through them and see if I see some common denominators pop up and some coded language and stuff like that. And please help me with that. I need your help with that. But the logical connection I can think of, other than that, there's nothing out there, guys. Other than Brian came here 2:45 in the morning, and once again at 5:45. And I'm telling you straight up, it doesn't make any sense. All right, guys, that's all I got for you today. It was an absolute pleasure being out here. I got plenty more coming up from Moscow and Pullman. So I will see you soon. I'll see you in the next one. And remember,
Yeah, definitely hit the sub if you haven't. Just scroll up a little bit and you can find the link. Definitely something to think about, that's for damn sure. And I want to thank all them for their hard work, their effort, all these creators that we share. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a city background behind me. Don't worry, I'm not gonna try and fall through. But yeah, it's an old background I used to have for my Twitch when I'd be doing the gaming and stuff. By the way, I got some new stuff in pool, Kevin. I don't know if I'll be playing tonight. What are you up to, man? I might play a couple games, but I definitely it was nice playing pool earlier today. So I wanted to make sure I did both episodes tonight and got it covered. Like I said, we'll be putting out a poll overnight, so vote when it's up if you're still up, or make sure you swing by the community tab on the channel to see if the vote, to place your vote for tomorrow night's show. Choice A, B, C, or D. 1, 2, 3, or 4. One of them. I'll let you guys decide. So Yeah, I wanted to change that up a little bit. I couldn't think of a new rearranged setup. I'm still in the process of trying to come up with an idea, but as of right now, because I would like to have a blank wall behind me um, for a big city background. You know, that's my next project is having like, because this thing's already like 5 feet. I'm gonna have to get like a city tarp that's like probably 12 feet wide by like 7. I mean, it's gonna have to be huge. But yeah, thank you all, everybody. I appreciate it. Please show all these creators some love. They do a lot of hard work too. It's not just all of us, but it's, you know, everybody that's involved, whether it's the time that you take out of your life for the show, how you could, you know, your contributions with links, information. It even takes energy being up on panel, you know, so I really appreciate everybody and your kind words and all the support. It really does mean a lot, and it goes a long way, especially on the days that, you know, where I'm struggling myself personally, and I'm trying my best to be there for you guys and to be on the show, and it's your guys' support that kind of gives me the spare tank of fuel to help me get going. So thank you.
Well, we're all here for you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Just needed some time. It was just I was doing a lot of work there, you know, just not getting any sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 2-3 hours a night for a lot.
Right.
So I just want to thank you guys.
Well, you
All right,
take care of you too, so.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it. I'm gonna see if there's anything breaking real quick before I hop off. Also, I'm gonna share that Twitter timeline, or not the Twitter timeline, but the Google turquoise. I tried to send it with the locations, but the link was too long. But basically, this is where Kopaka resided. Is right here at the Coffee House Apartments. That's the route that BK took. Definitely check out. I'm going to be making a highlight about it. I don't know if it'll be out tonight, but I'll definitely be making a highlight about the whole BCK BLK. So definitely check out the highlight when it gets posted. And definitely, if you're on Twitter, shoot me a follow on there. And if you have any information or documents or anything you'd like to share on there, please do. Just go ahead and follow me on there as well. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I appreciate you hanging out tonight. We'll see
You're
everybody
welcome.
tomorrow night, 6:30
Okay.
Central. And I hope you and everybody else has a peaceful and positive evening. And definitely go sub. I'm going to throw up the little promo screen for him. Definitely go sub this cool music that you can use no copyright for your streams and your shows and your videos. Good night, everybody.
Good night.